Mm. So there's a new option in the YouTube fucking live streaming, and it's altered content. Do any of the following describe your content? Makes a real person appear to say or do something they didn't say or do. Alters footage of a real event or place. Generates a realistic looking scene that didn't actually occur. What? Actual shit.
Can't find my phone. Poor spell. Full on fresco.
I thought you found it funny.
Look at this stuff.
It's crazy. They're actually doing anyone who walked out of the Walmart, they're doing bag checks.
You can't.
Well, they can't if the person lets them.
What?
They can't the bag check. They can't go in your bag and search through your stuff, but they can make you open your bag to see if you fucking pile of shit in your bag. In all fairness, like that fucking Walmart's really bad.
No, but that's the thing. They can't because that's your property now. They need a warrant.
No, what? No, get away. Give it away now. Aww.
Seriously, if they would do that, I would go all the way through, man, with them. Like, oh yeah? Okay. So call the police, give them a video of me stealing, because I'm not opening my bag. And if the cops show up, I'm like, I'm not opening my bag. Like, this is bullshit. I'm not opening my bag. This is my right. You need a warrant.
Yeah, that's because you're smart. It's like when Dom got pulled over, and the cop told him, and he was like, "Oh, if you let me search the car, I'll let you go."
Yeah.
And Dom let him search the car. I'm like, "Are you fucking retarded?" He lied. Like, yeah. Obviously, he was gonna lie.
He let him go on foot.
Yeah, absolutely. But he said he wasn't gonna impound the car. I'm like, he did not say that. He said he's not gonna fucking handcuff you and put you in the back seat. And that's why fucking Dom has like his ego is bruised. And today? Hmm. like everyone who's on there just like fucking immediately hate each other. Oh really? Oh wow. That's terrible. Yeah. Is it working okay? Fucking random cars are like that. You know, we rented twice because we like used cars on the road and we got rental. And they always fucking find with retarded people. Like No pressure. What? I can't even. With the exception of the beaver, major fur items are expected to bring low prices. Martin, wolf, wolverine, lynx, muskrat, trapper. Trappers focus on beaver. Really? That's terrible. Okay, you, my friend. Really? Okay, well, fur is very no longer valuable. Otter? That's terrible. Bobcat? Skunks? Badger? Martin? Alaskan type? Oh, God. Oh, cool. Understand. What does that number represent? Like, what's the value? Okay. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. Good evening. people are so fucking mad. You people are psychotic. I'm telling you, my guys. I went nowhere. The guy seems mentally ill. Why like it's only so blunt, like I voted in I supported my vote that fucking government online like voting like they said fucking peak things. Where they absolutely like animals with time. No half rate like that. I'm last very fucking long day. Oh yeah, because they fucking caught fire. Well, they're talking about it for months. I mean, it's fucking literally like obliterated with explosives. I was like, just like damage. I don't know why you everything else stoked and like fucking like, oh, this is plan, these explosives and shit. Like, why would you say? Okay, good. Holy fuck. Jesus, dude, you're gonna have a fucking aneurysm. I don't think that's fucking necessary. Ah, dude. $2 and your fucking daddy's like, I don't know anybody who fucking still buys hockey tickets. Like we would go to hockey games if we would win hockey games. Start blowing nose. Ottawa. Oh my god, get out of my head. Keep it to the net. That's how you do the sentinel. COVID. When you can bond, I think really actually what it's actually yeah, we funded. Oh, you didn't see that fucking video. There's like guys, they're like a bunch of cousins. They're all waiting in line. Apparently they've been there for days. And they had a barricade up. And there's one guy gets on his truck, walks up to the guy. The guy goes, yeah. And the guy told him, yeah, right on the fucking, right on the highway. Fucking a guy from the fucking thing. I he's like a white guy. He's like a regular white trucker. And he's just like fucking lost his shit. Boys. Yeah, no, that's why I quit. You don't want to be new language this time? Damn. Um, okay, Caroline. Fucking between you, your husband, and then fucking husband who wants to fucking do his own house renovations, and his wife goes, oh, no, yeah. I think his name is Paul or something.
What?
The guy said his name is Paul or something too. My wife says, oh, fuck you, Paul. Find your balls. Ugh. Ew. Oh, jeez. I'm not joking this. Like, Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think so. It's you know, a whole lot easier, but a lot of people have a lot of fucking problems at home, and a lot of people don't talk about it because they don't want their family to look bad, or they don't want people to feel bad at their family members because their family members are kind of garbage. Family members specifically, but no, especially when you're grown ass adult. Definitely don't be blaming your parents as an adult for your fucking problems. Like, you know what? Anyone who says my parents and I have a great relationship and we've never had any problems with my whole family and we all get along with it. We all tell each other very it's like that's weird to me. Like somebody's fucking fine. Everything you can blame on parents. Yeah. The kid is anti emo king. The worst thing. All teenagers do. You're an adult. That'd be fucking weird. And actually, I find it makes it a lot easier because, like, if it's awkward for everybody, let's just put that out there. That it's not awkward for you, it's awkward for all of us. Like, get through it. Yeah. I remember mom telling me that one day where she was like, I'm human. I'm a mom, and I try to be a good mom as much as I can, but I'm also a human with like human feelings. Oh, that was you like saying it before. Yeah, if you let your kids get away with everything you fucking want, that's a problem. That's not good parenting. I remember being really, really young and my mom saying to me, "Stop acting like my mother." She's like, "I swear my mother died. She was partying with my mother." And I was like, "Well, if you didn't act like that all the time, you would have your fucking mother." 'Cause I was saying that he was, fucking wife at it, and then talking about my vagina. Men can have all their fucking things they want. What do you do with the vagina? That's great. Fucking belch it out, get it out. But at the end of the day, shut the fuck up, go sit down. 7, 8 maybe. Um, Oh. Hey! Nope. I'm her rock. Her secret keeper. And the studio, they are all better now. They have gotten good. Why now the fucked up one in the family, and we don't understand how you became like fucking stupid. No, and I remember I told her I wanted to go talk to a therapist at one point, and she was like, "What are you for? With me? Tell me anything." And I said, "What am I talk with you?" But she was too late to only let me talk to a therapist once I turned 18, because I would be taken away. Or like those people would have tried to show up at her house like home check. Like they just, I was not into it any fucking way. Like I was a super spoiled fucking as a child. And even like into my teens, I was still very middle class, suburbia, very sheltered. Yeah, every breaker. A couple sentences of a breaker. Yeah. You and mom and dad would fight over like it was basically. Yeah, we did not. Ah, shit. When I finally did, that did not like that. We were on a big fight one day. We got sleeping on the living room couch for like X amount of time. I'm go get an apartment. Like, fine, I'll leave. I'm yeah, but the adopt even though adopting because I know that like would be either pianist or doctor. Ah, wait. Hmm. Yeah, when we start. What? Rice Krispies. Gonna make all the stick. Um, color, control tools, people. Oh, that was like a Carrie. She was like the son my father never. I got that from college. So college culinary job. The only job she ever had was all high, baby. What, mister? Oil? What's the only kind of oil we got? Oh god. I've never done that before. It's gross. Oil is man. Oh, brother, that's oil. Talking about picturing God fiction. That's a little bit yeah.
You make the fire and it's cool for 10 years.
Oh, your reputation. Oh wow. What? Why? Isn't that the whole point of like having a career, getting a house, die in it? You don't die in a hospital. No, you don't know if it's passion. Yeah, but it's fucking cruel. Like, to your parents off and fucking like, even if they are shitty parents. Well, they yourself me. Or she is like honestly, I don't know why I made myself miserable, like trying to take care of it. I was like, well, that's because that's what you do for your parents. Like you just to do. And you have to do it for a short amount of time, and then you're never gonna do it again. Like, you wouldn't want something to fucking put you off. 7 and he's fucking there. Like, thank you. I kind of make every single person like, like, I don't even I'm confident anymore. Good thing, I think. It's fine. Oh yeah, we're very. Oh yeah, put Justin through some. Yep. What are you talking about? I asked him if like he was going to the day. Like, can I come too? Like, well, not really, because you don't like going. So.
I'll share some spaghetti left over with me. What?
Bye.
You mean I'm dying? I'm dying?
Oh, no, you're not.
Oh, I'm dying.
No.
Oh, I probably do. Shut the fucking down.
You know how wild this is. Pepper. Oh, the toaster is going away. Got scared?
A little bit. But the water's in there.
What's it
I'm not sure how it looks.
called?
Yeah.
There's security. That,
It is so green.
oh, goodness. That's so great. Interesting.
Make it sweet too.
Oh, Jesus, that almost. Uh,
It's so good.
there's our own signal.
Very single. Literally.
Very.
Ah, you know, it's the secret of life.
Yeah. Let's try it. Just think that makes you a real faggot.
Right? Oh, we're masculine. And all the other faggots.
That was funny. I wonder if I'm masculine. Oh, the other faggot. So good.
So fucking
Autism.
Wow,
I got it.
genitals. Yeah.
You should have a woman.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And women love fucking.
Where's Brianna?
Oh yeah. You know this fucking practice and fucking hot and like.
Oh my god, that's what you look like?
Yeah. Like reacted or something on or like fucking. And every time I do it does come on, it's fucking annoying shit. The weekend shit.
It's hard. So good. Let's go, Biggity. Yeah. Stop it.
Hurts after a while.
Sorry, man. Guys, fuck it. Fine.
Gross, man. But well, look. How do we get what? Hitler? What?
Great.
Your name?
I think these are the nicest, food I've ever seen. Yeah,
Okay.
mini balls. Big balls. Gotta be bigger. Way too bigger. Even big.
No, it's better to write it because you're bringing across with what you're writing rather than you just saying things again. They're not words. Yeah.
I want to eat
Mm. No, what I want. I got the whole protest. I want all the fields. I want my what am I emotionally stable. I'm gonna add on to
Behind.
notes. I just
If your mind is you're gonna want to do all like
clarity.
define who you are once compare your life who you are. You gotta who you want to be with.
I don't know. I think it's the time that, but I think me and you were all like kind of like became the opposite of what we thought we were gonna end up.
Yes.
Like, and I think me and you were kind of just like,
I was gonna say,
oh, I thought I was gonna end up fucking killing myself. My dog died, but I also thought that maybe like I fucking everything that I'm actually not, and that like people telling me that I am. I don't feel that way. Like,
spaghetti.
hey, hey, that coordination thing was always there. Okay.
Oh my god. Not bad.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. You know?
Uh-huh.
You want meals?
Alright. Did you tell you?
The yellow one? The yellow one?
Oh, I have oil all the way around.
Oh,
Then,
it's like a whole one.
yeah. You threw the whole one in your mouth, one of the big ones?
No, no.
Oh, the little ones, yeah, you do.
Choking.
Ha ha.
But she probably said,
Yeah. I like that you said probably.
go for it. Little. You get one now? Okay. We're talking about cows now. Uh, no, but I mean,
Like existential, really, truly, guys.
very.
Get deep in there.
You guys sucks.
Really feel those feels.
Yup. Woo! Woo! I am crazy. Wait. Your toaster and your plate. Hey, yeah, 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 yeah. Don't tell me that. You tell me that what? Sir, get a grip, sir. Sir. A grip of what? Sir. Get a grip, sir. Bud baby.
No!
What?
Holy shit!
Oh.
Eat it! Stop being a dick. Chase me in a truck.
You're chasing the squirrel. Okay. But why me?
There you go.
Dig.
Oh, you're all wet. Go somewhere dry, stupid. Oh, you poor thing. You must be so cold. Second. What'd you do?
Me? Spacing out.
Okay.
Cool. Good thing I didn't put any fucking weed in those. What was it? Yeah.
Look out.
You put it?
Yeah.
You did?
Yeah. Huh?
You put any garlic on it?
No.
Okay, that's okay. Thank you, baby. Why would I think that you wouldn't put fucking butter on it?
Right?
I'm an awful girlfriend, sorry.
My girlfriend's horrible. When I make toaster, she thinks I put butter on it.
Like, what kind of fucking monster am I?
I might as well tell you to make yourself your toast if I'm not going to put butter on there. Because that's going to come back. Put butter on your cold toast.
Bye, baby.
Well, you know what? The amount of times that this whole situation has happened, and then I look like a fucking asshole who's like not grateful for my fucking toast. Think about it. What? Hi. It looks pretty cool. Here. Everybody gets peanut. Hey, don't bury it. I'm burying it.
What?
I cut them off and I tried to bury them.
I think that weed Rice Krispies is a really good idea.
Yeah?
Yeah. Who doesn't like Rice Krispies? Swear. Oh, yeah, that's it. I can't much star. You don't like fucking Rice Krispies.
I get like what? Any M&Ms?
I know, but some people are allergic to peanuts.
And they can't eat my fucking Rice Krispies because maybe you're a fucking freak of nature that
No, it's almond that Justin's allergic. It's weird, man, because it's either you're allergic to peanut or you're not allergic to almonds. But, or nuts. But if you're not allergic to peanut, you can be
I
allergic.
think some people just have crazy mothers that convince them that they have allergies. That's what almond did.
Also, I'm like convinced that he had like a peanut allergy, a sesame seed allergy, a bunch of other fucking weird ones. Killing tested at least one. Which gave sesame seeds.
I'm allergic to idiots.
Right?
How many times do you need that somebody's just not meant to be?
Oh, want some of this,
Baby. It's so good to me.
Yeah. Glad you think so.
You're so poor looking. You're one of the big ones. I know, because you're ratty as shit. I'm getting brains. Very fucking nice. What are you doing? What did I just feed you?
Oh. Leave on his girlfriend.
It's terrible up there.
We're gonna put some news about Iran. Redacted or something.
You're probably it.
That's your polio.
His little speech. It's fucking good, honestly. It's fucking. This is that sunshine fucking baby bullshit.
Whoa, whoa,
I mean, I can do it. Nothing I can do about it, unfortunately. I don't even know what's happening with your. Ah!
Justin Trudeau's budget extravagance has ignited fresh political pyrotechnics courtesy of Pierre Poilievre. The Conservative leader blasted Trudeau with a blistering verbal assault over fiscal recklessness. Poilievre denounced the PM's spending surprises as hurting affordability for average Canadians. He painted Trudeau as a delusional pyromaniac, making inflation worse by spraying gasoline on the deficit. With Poilievre now aggressively targeting Trudeau's fiscal credibility, an epic political battle looms. Other premiers have also joined the pylon, blasting Trudeau's housing policies and demanding an emergency meeting. On one side is Poilievre, a fiscal hawk promising to rein in Trudeau's unrestrained taxing and spending. On the other is a PM seemingly detached from economic realities, merrily ballooning deficits despite struggling Canadians. The outcome of this clash could dramatically reshape Canada's fiscal trajectory. As election season nears, the stage is set for a fiery political Donnybrook between contrasting visions. Poilievre aims to knock Trudeau off his pedestal as an out-of-touch spendthrift. But the breezy PM remains confident voters will endorse his budget largesse. The show has only just begun, and Trudeau is in for a huge surprise. Welcome back to Street Politics Canada. Before we jump into today's video, take a second to sign up for our exclusive uncensored newsletter. The mainstream media will report Trudeau's scandals and corruption, but our newsletters... Now let's dive into today's crazy developments. Pierre Poilievre came out swinging in a brutal attack on Justin Trudeau's budget surprises and runaway spending. The Conservative leader slammed Trudeau as not worth the cost, crime, or corruption, and accused him of hurting Canadians through fiscal recklessness.
Trudeau is not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. He's not worth the cost. You see that every day at the grocery store. When you take the items out of and run them through the scan, and you see that number getting bigger and bigger, you sometimes feel like you have to put things back in the cart and return them to the shelves because you can't afford to pay the bill.
The continual surprises coming from the Trudeau government demonstrate the worrisome lack of fiscal restraint. Canadians are struggling, and major spending is unveiled almost daily. Trudeau seems oblivious to how his policies are negatively impacting affordability for the average Canadian. Trudeau's obliviousness is definitely blinding him, even though every Conservative, every Premier, and every Canadian is not happy with the situation Canada is in right now. Trudeau continues to turn a blind eye to us by announcing more and more programs. Pierre Poilievre pointed out that Trudeau has been claiming that he is fighting inflation, but in fact it's like a pyromaniac fighting fire, Trudeau is out there making multi-billion-dollar announcements of inflationary spending that will only lead to increased cost of living again. Quoting Polyev, he's spraying billions of dollars out of a fire hose, but it's more like spraying gasoline on fire.
He's out making multi-billion-dollar announcements of inflationary spending that will drive up the cost of your living again. It's like he's spraying billions of dollars out of a fire hose, but it's more like spraying gasoline on the fire. He's like Justin Trudeau promising to fight inflation is like a pyromaniac promising to fight a fire. He's the one that lit the fire with his taxes and his deficits. And every day you see him in these photo ops, know the money that he's spitting out of his mouth is money that will come out of your pocket, just like it has for the last 8 years, and all with the help of Jagmeet Singh. Common sense. The good news is life was not like this before Justin Trudeau, and it won't be like this after he's gone. He's not worth the cost, crime, or corruption. Canadians are good and decent people. They do not have to give up on the things they used to take for granted, like affordable food and homes, all for the ego and incompetence of one man. Common sense conservatives have a plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. In doing so, we will restore the Canadian promise, the promise that was made to all of my friends behind us today, but particularly to Jazraj, whose family came here with a small bank account but big dreams, and he went on to start a business, build homes, and become a member of Parliament. A promise made to my family when I was born to a 16-year-old unwed mother who put me up for adoption to 2 school teachers, and they raised me to believe that it didn't matter where I came from, it mattered where I was going. It didn't matter who I knew, but what I could do. That's the country that my wife came to as a refugee, and in which her family has succeeded. That is Canada's promise. Though it is broken now, we will restore it. And today we demand the government reverse the policies that have destroyed the middle and working class people. But we are making 3 specific demands for Justin Trudeau for the forthcoming budget. First, axe the tax on food and farmers by passing C234. That will take carbon tax off farmers, barns, and drying to provide food price relief to Canadians. 2, build homes and not bureaucracy by requiring cities permit 15% more housing completions each year as a condition of receiving federal funds. 3, cap spending with a dollar-for-dollar law to bring down inflation and interest rates. The dollar-for-dollar law will require the government find $1 new of savings for every new dollar of spending. By capping government, taxpayers and the economy can catch up with the cost. We can balance the budget again and bring down inflation and interest rates. This dollar-for-dollar principle is the one that single moms, small businesses, and seniors use to run their finances, and is what we are demanding the government implement as well. Again, axe the Trudeau tax on food and farmers. 2, build homes, not bureaucracies. And 3, cap the spending with a dollar-for-dollar law to bring down inflation and interest rates. These are common sense demands, and if we don't get them, we won't support the budget. Common sense conservatives will continue to fight for everyday Canadians who work hard, pay their taxes, and play by the rules until the carbon tax election comes. In that election, we will have a simple choice between a costly coalition of Justin Trudeau and the NDP, who tax your food, punish your work, take your money, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community, or common sense conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime.
Polyev has sent an official letter to Trudeau stating that common sense conservatives will only agree to support the budget if these 3 conditions are met, which are axe the tax, build homes, and stop the crime. Polyev has also stated in the letter it's time for you to turn the hurt your government has caused into the hope Canadians desperately need. Apparently, not only Polyev has attacked and called out Trudeau, but Alberta Minister of Seniors, Community.
This one. Actually, okay, both those are good because what's her name? Danielle Smith. I was listening to this morning by accident. So I was in the middle of doing something, so I couldn't really remember. But she was saying something about in Edmonton, they got shelter houses.
Okay.
I don't know. It just sounds like a lot. Like that's too good because they were closing down the homeless shelter, but then they had buses that were there to take them to basically it's center kind of whatever, and they direct you to where you need to go so that you can get apparently you get your papers done on the spot that day. Yeah, you get your IDs back
There's
on
one
the
like
spot on
that
the
in
day.
Toronto. But you can't sleep there, but they can refer you to a shelter.
Yeah.
You can't have your dog.
That's what I wanted to do with Pops. I wanted to do a part of like a homeless shelter where they allow your pet and they have a on site vet tech, whatever, just like your dog needs to be assessed.
That would be
But I'd have to do it.
Go see the water? Okay.
If you hurt so bad.
Okay.
Thank you though. I'm gonna go tonight today. And my dog's dead, so we're good. But yeah, no, she was saying like I don't know, it just seems like way too good to be true. And I was like, honestly, if you're able to do that all the time to you, that'd be probably really great. But I don't ever see it going that way. His wife is so pretty.
Merci beaucoup. Who's ready to axe the tax? Who's ready to build the homes? Who's ready to fix the
I
budget?
bet his wife is so happy that
Stop
he
the
doesn't wear
crime.
like his glasses, see his contacts.
J'avais commencé mon discours en parlant de mon plan de bon sens, de couper taxes et impôts, bâtir des logements, réparer des budgets et stopper les crimes. I was going to start my speech today as properly scripted by my team, talking about my common sense plan to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. But I was interrupted by the testimony I just read from our very own Prime Minister just yesterday. He said something incredible, although not so surprising. Of course, what we're investigating is whether a foreign dictatorship interfered in our democracy in multiple elections to help him win. A communist dictatorship seeking to keep in office someone who said he admires that communist dictatorship. But his defense actually speaks for itself. The Prime Minister was asked why he didn't do anything about this interference, even though he was warned in briefing notes, is that he doesn't read briefing notes. Now, we often don't believe the things that this guy says, but I think that most Canadians would believe that defense. I think it's plausible that Justin Trudeau doesn't read documents that come before him. In fact, I think it's likely that he doesn't read things that come before him. And I think that that defense is interesting for three reasons. One, because the ivory tower elites who support him and his ideology of concentrating all the power in their and money in their hands, they always tell us how wonderfully sophisticated and cosmopolitan they are, and how brilliant they are, and that's why they're entitled. They're experts after all, right? That's why they're entitled to decide for other people. But yet they're prepared to support a guy who says he doesn't read. It's like, he might be a know-nothing, but he's our know-nothing, right? He's a guy who confuses decimals with decibels, who says budgets balance themselves, even when they never do. who says he doesn't think much about monetary policy, admits he's not very good with numbers, advises Canadians to pay for their tuition and their home renovations on their credit card. And this is the bright light, the genius that they believe should be able to run the lives of mechanics who are able to take apart an engine and put it back together with blindfolds on. That the single mom who can budget or balance her budget on a minimum wage salary needs advice on budgeting from the guy who can't budget for himself. That is the ultimate irony of the elitism, is that these pseudo-intellectuals vest all their faith in this guy of all people. The second thing that's so interesting, and this came up, by the way, in his defense on another scandal, when he had accepted a $250,000 free vacation from someone who had met with him asking for, and later received, a $15 million grant from his government. The kind of cronyism that would get a small town mayor put in jail. But the defense the prime minister gave at the time was that in the meeting, he didn't actually, it wasn't substantially important, because he actually doesn't run the government. He's a ceremonial figurehead. Therefore, that's pretty much what his answer was. Power over the government he heads to give the individual what he was asking for in exchange for that famous free vacation, even though in the prime minister's own open and accountability guide, the machinery of government, and that's a quote, is the exclusive responsibility of the prime minister, which brings me to the second reason why I don't read my briefing notes defense is so interesting. And it is this: he wants all the power and none of the responsibility. He literally wants to control the entire economy. He wants to nationalize large industries with monstrous taxpayer-funded subsidies, and yet he wants to print $600 billion without having any responsibility for the resulting inflation. He wants to increase the cost of government without taking any of the blame for the resulting interest payments that households must pay on their own debt after he drove up the rates. He wants none of the responsibility for the fact that we have the slowest economic growth in the OECD over the next 5 years and over the next 35 years, after he promised all this spending was going to stimulate the contrary. He wants to have total control over what you can see and say online, to protect us all from these dangerous forces that might influence our thinking if we're not protected by the angels in the government. And yet, when there is actually a risk of manipulation by hostile and malicious actors, like, say, a communist regime in Beijing, he can't even take the responsibility of reading his briefing notes. This is the irony, the great irony of his leadership, and one of the reasons why I think he's succeeded in doubling housing costs, giving us the worst inflation in 40 years, sending 2 million people to the food banks, 8,000 people signing up for a Facebook group called the Dumpster Diving Network, because they now have to eat out of a garbage can after he drove food prices rising with his carbon tax. He wants to control every aspect of your life. And then when he ruins your life, he wants to take none of the responsibility for the ruin that he caused. And
you fall asleep in your pay.
Yeah, we're in a niche market for sure. Our cost of production here is much lower because of the shallow nature of the deposits. They're almost all dry. There's no pumping costs. The capital requirements are, by comparison, much lower than an Athabasca deposit.
Is it the Godstown? Is that what he was referring to? Was doing?
Bottom.
Are we barreling towards war with Iran? Overnight, just after midnight, the Iranian defense minister canceled all flights over Tehran, announced the cessation of flights, both internationally and domestic. According to reports, the Revolutionary Guard of Iran, they've canceled all leave, saying that they're in, quote, a state of war. There are emergency meetings, of course, being held in Israel, and the United States military officials flying to Israel right now to prepare for what the Biden administration believes will be an imminent attack. And the United States Fifth Fleet in the Persian Gulf has been brought to 100% combat readiness over the past few hours. What is going on?
Tell me.
Let's ask former U.S. Marine, former UN Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter, and welcome to the show. Scott, you know, of course, George W. Bush, going back many decades, calling Iran one of the axis of evil. The Israeli government has wanted the United States, it seems, to agitate to be involved in a war with Iran for many decades. Benjamin Netanyahu said in front of Congress that Libya, Iraq, and Iran were, of course, a major problem. Are we heading towards war with Iran? What is your assessment of this?
Well, we could be. I mean, you know, Israel, let's put this in perspective. Israel launched a unprovoked act of aggression against sovereign Iranian territory when it attacked the Iranian consulate in Damascus, Syria. And the Iranians had long told the Israelis that an attack against Iranian territory by Israel would prompt an attack by
My
Iran.
dog's like right under the chair.
So there's going to be a retaliation. This is 100% certain. The question is,
How did you fucking
will this
sit there,
retaliation
stupid?
then escalate to general war? We know the United States doesn't want to fight a general war with Iran. The reason why the Obama administration signed off on the Iran nuclear deal in 2015 is that the only option we had, if we didn't capitulate on our terms regarding Iran's nuclear program, was a war that we could not win. Every president since Obama has recognized that we cannot win a war against Iran. Donald Trump learned that lesson when he was talking about carrying out retaliatory actions on Iranian soil. He was told by the Pentagon that the escalation that would occur after such a strike would lead to a general war that would see American resources in the Middle East destroyed, and America unable to respond effectively for many months. Even then, victory could not be assured. So I think the United States right now is telling Israel, we will not be part of your war with Iran. You started this. You need to pay the price. Iran will retaliate, and I believe the United States will then put pressure on Israel to limit what they do. If Israel wants a general war with Iran, the danger is such. Israel will lose. Israel knows it will lose because Israel has war gamed this the past 2 years, together with the United States, and it doesn't turn out well for Israel, which means Israel will be facing an existential crisis, which means the Samson option kicks in, which means Israel will use nuclear weapons. And that's the danger we're in right now. Israel got themselves involved in something that could escalate to where Israel faces the real threat of physical destruction, and therefore we use nuclear weapons. The United States is scared to death now.
Between my legs.
Hey, what happened?
When there's a big war going on somewhere in the universe, that always reflects on the market. Yeah, I just got chilled. I mean, it's absolutely terrifying because my biggest concern, yes, it's nuclear war, but it's also Americans that are in these bases. All
Is it a new one? Is it the same as yesterday?
What?
Basically, sitting with guinea pigs, like
No, I should be a new one.
waiting for this to happen. And the Biden administration has
Could be wrong,
acknowledged, I mean, months ago, we know the Biden administration said it's only a matter of time before Americans are attacking the region again. So the Biden administration is fully aware that this is going to happen. And I've been saying here on the show, maybe this is me being naive, but get them the hell out of there. If we're not going to be involved in the war, then bring them home. Get them the hell out of there. I mean, are we just the Biden administration allowing these members of the military there as sitting ducks right now?
Well, it's not just the Biden administration. These military members have been there for successive presidential administrations. But under Donald Trump and now under Joe Biden, it's clear these forces have
Make
no
Donald Trump again?
purpose. There's no real
Yeah, I
mission.
saw that one yesterday.
countering ISIS mission has long been over.
Good job,
The
Oliver.
presence in Syria is about harassing Bashar al-Assad.
No,
The presence in Iraq is about harassing Iran. Neither one of these further legitimate American national security objectives. And so, yes, we are sitting ducks. The good news is Iran is not going to start out by striking American forces, because Iran doesn't want a war with the United States either. The bad news is if Israel retaliates against Iran, then American forces will be struck. The Fifth Fleet can go on 100% alert, but it'll be 100% destroyed. People only need to reflect on the accuracy of the Iranian missiles fired at the Al-Assad roadway in 2020 after a retaliation for the assassination of Qasem Soleimani to know that the Iranians have the capacity to hit any target they want to. And those weren't even the best missiles Iran has. And there's nothing in the Israeli arsenal or the American arsenal that could shoot these missiles down. So Israel
Only Russia.
The United
What?
States.
Only Russia can shoot those missiles down.
There's a lot of talk right now.
It's only Russia that before even starting to fabricate supersonic missiles, they're like, what are we gonna do when everybody's got supersonic missiles and we can't stop them? We're gonna go into anti-supersonic missile technology first. And that's what they had first, and then they bought the supersonic missiles.
Yeah.
Who's smart?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
They sound like the, what is it from Austin Powers? First you were in space, then you were in jail.
Hello?
Austin Powers?
Oh, yeah?
But don't tell me the poor guy's lonely. But thanks for neglecting him.
You know, there's the straightforward approach. The United States is there.
El Sada, I just realized what she was saying the whole time.
Forces are not back.
El Pasha?
El Pasha? El Pasha?
So you can play on,
In French, the wordplay is fat vagina.
This is what I
okay.
El vagin gras?
Oh.
Yeah, that's their name in French.
It's quickly through the U.S. media and the Arab media that this attack on the U.S. warship came from Iran. And that's the case, and we are suffering into a war.
Shut up,
I think false flag attacks happen when they're not serious about going to war. I mean, I don't mean to smile about that. I'm just saying this is inevitable. You don't need a false flag. It's going to happen.
Oh, wow.
But I mean, U.S. being involved in it, being in the middle of it.
That was yesterday. So we heard what we heard on the radio was even more
Oh, really?
official. Like there's no flight in, flight out from Iran. They're in war.
Yeah, but Ukraine did the same thing. You still can't go to Ukraine.
Because they're still at war.
Yeah, but there was like celebrities traveling to the Middle East during the war, doing comedy shows. Like,
Yeah, but Middle East have so many countries.
Israel's preparing to pound America's stuff.
So,
thank you. We got the munchies.
Somebody's gonna taste
The munchies?
You need a high-performance solution that has advanced features, but it's simple to use. That's where ESNet comes in. Gain centralized visibility, management, and control by linking.
Ow.
I think the Iranians would launch a strike that
I don't want to groan anymore. I don't know. Retarded.
Hi, retarded.
I'm retarded. Hi, retarded. Yes, I'm also high.
Okay. Very well done. My mind has been blown.
I guess.
Hi. See, you're fuck up. What happened to you? Oh, you're I feel like you're getting ripped off.
How serious is Joe Biden about this? Joe Biden's looking for the door.
On a good day, he might know where he is. Like, not like the state, but like he knows that he's American. I need a fork.
Oh!
Fuck you.
And what it took for the United States to prevent that retaliation, what it took is the United States to promise, overwhelming military force against Iraq to prevent further attacks. The United States is.
Why would you think that dating someone named Sterling would be a good idea? Like, why would you think that, like, you know what? He's a great guy. Like, his name is Sterling.
We're not going to do anything. That's a completely different diplomatic problem. It can only have muscle if Joe Biden says, not only will we abandon you on Iran, we'll abandon you altogether. We'll pull the plug on everything. You will never get another bomb, another fighter aircraft, nothing. We are walking away from you because you are a suicide pill that will take us all down. I don't know if the Biden administration has the ability to do that. Not in an election year. So I'm afraid that this thing could very well spiral out.
Because of all the Jew community, right?
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, but like that's the whole thing where it's like not saying anything is sometimes just as bad as what the thing that's happening is. If you're not going to say anything about it, kind of complicit with it. Like,
It's like,
it's their culture, and they don't.
look, the majority of the votes are the Jews. So if he says, we're letting you down, we're not following you into this war, Israel, all the Jews don't vote for America, but then America, if they do support, they get bombed.
Not only that, we will lose all our businesses. All our businesses will close. Because the Jews own all businesses. Like, I don't know.
Maybe the Nazis should not take over, man. All over
Or
America.
people should just stop being little fucking cunt-ass bitches and speak the fuck up.
Because Germany was a nationalist democracy at some point.
Have you ever seen the lady who used to be the German president? Her and Putin are adorable. Just like the cutest. Like, he gets her flowers every time they go for a meeting. Bouquet of flowers. It's like, oh, it's like all fucking cute. I was like, oh, you're so sweet. I'm supposed to hate you. Okay. Oh no. Oh, I'm gone.
Okay, Jennifer, on this guy, what do you think of timeline?
24 hours.
Iranian National Iranian Guard leave is now canceled. They are planning to war is imminent.
I imagine right now, telephones are ringing, not in Iran, but in the underground bunkers. That the Iranian government has placed. They're on board with it. But the phones are not up to look.
Oh, I stepped on something very sharp. What the fuck was that? Okay. was not nearly as bad as I thought. What?
This Trudeau got backstabbed by Jack Meat Sink 4 hours ago.
Guess what?
Backstabbed
Yeah, okay.
by Jack Meat Sink.
Yeah, but he always makes like little disses at him. Because it's not going to be directly like, oh, Justin Trudeau. It's going to be, oh, the Liberals.
That's why we haven't seen Jack Meat Sink for a while.
Oh, he's Trudeau's little bitch boy.
Not anymore.
I don't know about that. I've been running the streets for too long now. I got nothing to show but this song now. Where do I go? I wanna go home. Bam, 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 bam. Okay. One, two. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it hurts so much.
About that, why have Vietnamese billionaires been sentenced to death?
No. Oh. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Okay. That was sharp. I don't know what it is. That was sharp. It was a rock. I have a biggest bruise on my hip. Okay. 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 Yay. Yeah, we can make it down the stairs again. And we go downstairs again.
Cool. You're a towel.
Oh, towel.
This is a towel.
The fuck do I keep stepping? I keep stepping in some foreign substance.
I don't.
Hmm?
What's up, Jack?
Oh, buddy.
What's up, Boo?
Oh. Oh, cool. Hmm.
I forgot your fruit.
I forgot my fruit?
Your fruit.
Oh, fuck yeah. Thank you.
Get yourself a giant bowl, too.
It's like kind of unintentional, but when the fucking it happens, it happens.
Don't fall asleep in it.
What? I'm not. Fuck you. Look. I'm just gonna chew Tom's towel.
About the towel?
Okay.
About the towel.
My hair gel. No. What? What? I'm a baby bird. Good? Yes. Great. Fucking A.
Huh?
How is it?
It's 8:50. Why?
I ran to the dollar store.
It's open.
Yeah, I know.
Still have 45 minutes.
Yeah. Wanna come?
No. But
Ha!
what?
Oh, they make a sex joke. Way to make me look like a creep.
That was a great reaction.
Fuck,
Oh, I thought you were gonna make a sex joke. Like fuck, I could.
I could, eh?
I'm just way too stoned. I should have.
No, you're just like not a normal boy.
Oh.
That's a good thing. All men are disgusting. Okay. We're gonna run there and back. This is really fucking crazy.
It's the best time to go because like no one is actually there. Everyone's like, oh, we're gonna go party. What are you doing? Oh, okay. Looks like it's like staring at the box. Good, Jacko. See? Oh. Buffalo gets eggs. Okay.
Downstairs. Funny,
Dogs are believer that cat will be better than a hot mountain. I think so. I don't know why we do
hey. Where you at? Is there really your car?
You're having a your little party. Now I'm wondering, like,
I don't even know this sweets. Maybe,
remember when stuff were $1? They're Air time was only like 25 cents today for like a paper.
Take a butt. Like this one, this makes me want to stay home. Always.
Yeah, it was like these puffs and all the raisins that they got. I was like, wait.
The last time I read there's another Royale was to show how many nuclear bombs that the country had. I'm like, okay, this is concerning. So,
I usually get you guys stuff. You said you didn't want any.
Oh, we said,
Oh fuck, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot. I'm so sorry. Sorry. I completely forgot. Very Cheetos. I was at the counter, she was closing, and she was like super nice and screaming out there. You know? No, and she was just yeah. It's mostly padded anyway, so. Oh, come on, really? Are you going to go all your stars? Bad.
oh, it's better go bad.
I can't go for bottles.
I can't because it's harder to get.
Pink heart.
Hey.
Difficult love.
Hey.
I love you. Thank you. You guys. I bought these.
No, we bought them for the rat. But no, you're outside giving the rabbit carrots. Oh my god. I love Leo. Come on. Dog milk? How about it? Huh? When you visit down jail, every other jailer kicks. That's why I'm not scared. Oh yeah, it's terrifying. There's probably 100 of them. Fuck. Huh? I do not know no more. No more. Do it. I said. Hey, hey.
They're like, what? I'm like, yeah, look, that's a cat and sheep, and I guess you know that. No cat, baby cat. Baby fuck me up. Like, I used to come when I was in bed, like, go to Puppy TV, and like, Puppy would lay in between us, and it's between her face and her tail. Like, can you fuck off? Like, it's like Caleb's Peppa Gray. What a nappy thing to wear. Gotcha.
I really thought it was the spot. Huh? What? You will, you definitely fucking love carrots. What are you talking about?
Well, you think so.
No, these two.
I think the big one that we always see, the one that's not fucking as scared, I think that was the mama. Because it's funny, as I'm like crouched down, you start to see perk ears, and they kind of, the grass is so long that they just like down with the grass and they come up. Like meerkats, they're very cute. The ones in Chatty are very friendly, like they're very docile.
Like
Like
cool that we have bunnies instead of stuff.
so cool. Like even the spiders, I'll take it. I'll take the fucking gargantuan spiders over basically not having any other bugs. I'm not ready. It's still raining a bit. Maybe go in the back garden. What? Okay. I keep seeing those on. Like back into that room house, like going out of the room, going in the garbage, going to donate to girls, fucking sluts. I work for fucking porn cam, whatever. But it's like whatever porn cam girl, whatever fucking t-shirt, I'm like, why the fuck you get a t-shirt? That's like advertising. Like, I just what I do very early. Even underwater. That's what
Making sure.
Oh no, hey, look at the crazy shit that I'm starting to come up with, where I'm like, you know what? We're gonna have fucking police report to the police or to the hospital. Just be like, hey, remember this? This is not fucking in your head made up. This is a real thing that fucking happened. Like this is where you're going. And the only time that he kills himself is like fucking if he did something like that. You know?
Try. Yeah.
Yeah, but Fury would never try to kill himself like something else.
Got it.
Yeah, but that's the only time Fury would try to kill himself is kill. He also would kill himself. Woo!
Yay, my boyfriend loves me! He thinks I'm smart and money. Yeah, get over it. I'm curious to know why some of the planks of wood still have bark on them. Our hardwood floors? Some of the pieces of wood have bark on them still. Bark. Okay. Ah. Okay, we can do this. I won't do it, but we can do this. You can dance if you want to. You can leave your friends behind. What is that? 9? Oh, fuck. Why do I even own this? Why do I even own one of these? No, I put it back in the freezer before I left. Some good seed. I'm gonna fucking smack this. Why would you put that in my bag? Oh, throat. Yeah. Really? Oh yeah. So Flav doesn't watch my videos anymore ever. Well, no, because I told you I kind of confronted him a little bit, and I was like, you can understand that, like, if I'm on my phone and I'm sitting next to Yan, and he sees messages being like, "Oh, are you home alone?" You understand how that might make somebody a bit uncomfortable. On top, I don't want to fuck with your girlfriend, like. Like, I don't want her to be sitting next to, like, likewise, I don't want her to be sitting next to you one day when I message you, like, why is Madison messaging you? Which is a very justified question. Yeah, no, like, and I don't want to start shit with him and his girlfriend, like, but I was like, yeah, but, like, he's like, yeah, I understand, it's cool, I'm not heartbroken over it. I'm like, yeah, but Flav, it kind of sucks, like, but whatever, men are men are men. All men are gross. I love you! Fucking men are disgusting. All men are gross. Like, can't you just fucking talk to me and be friends? Why can't we 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 be friends? Oh. David Cooper hour?
Chocolate bar or potato chips.
It's not.
Yesterday, I'm eating my salad, the same one I eat every single day. And Tony, I got to say, Tony had this lasagna, and I'm like, man, that looks really, really good. And then I was like, yeah.
How I wish I wasn't so predictable.
And
you're a fat
I
ass.
need some good news.
Are you ready for some good news? Are you ready for some good news, man?
well, some good news.
Well, I have some good news.
Really? Good news? Tell them the good news.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Another good word.
Here I am to tell you about the good news, where we try to weigh whether or not we had any feel-good feelings earlier this week. We start off on Monday.
Oh, God.
Where a teacher fulfills a promise that he first made in 1978. And that promise is, I'm going to throw an eclipse party one day.
What?
In 2024.
Okay.
And everybody's
it's
like,
gonna be one of these days.
yeah,
right.
sure. Whatever 2024 is. 2024 came, and you know what? That teacher threw. What would you do if the guy? Hey, remember, what if you got a phone call from this guy? I don't know. To do what?
I said, hey, why don't you circle this April 8th, 2024 eclipse? And you know what? We're going to get together on that. And my kids looked at me like I was crazy. When I had, they were ninth graders. I have a lot of gratitude now that this eclipse is supporting the fact that there's reunions happening. There's people sharing stories and they're reconnecting with each other. It's beautiful.
That is amazing. What I want to know is, did any of those kids end up in jail? Did any of them break any laws on their way to the eclipse? So how many of them showed up? How many of them still have all their teeth?
What?
That sort of stuff.
What?
Didn't get any of that, but you know what? I got the feels. What about you, Noah? None? Nope. All right. What about you, Tony?
I didn't feel it at all.
Not a thing.
A little cold in this room tonight.
Father is working to protect people with autism by installing street signs.
We need to bring more awareness to motorists. We see a lot of hit and runs going on lately. Rolled it out about 2 months ago, and it's just been going amazing. To date, they installed 77 signs and counting.
All right. You know what? I'm not pro people getting hit by cars at all. That's the problem with this segment. People are, I don't want anybody walking away with the wrong thing. That guy just wants people to get hit by cars. I don't. But it didn't really give me the feels. Didn't give me any feels. When people do the right thing, the things that they should do, why should I have any feelings? That should be normal. What about you, Tony? Any feels?
Yes, I did get a little bit of feels. I have a soft spot for people with disabilities and challenges. So, yeah, anybody that's helping them, I get feels for.
What about you? What about you, Noah?
I got feels on that one.
Really?
Jim just wants autistic people to get hit by cars.
I don't want anybody to get hit by cars. Okay. Here is somebody who's a senior dog sanctuary celebrating 12 years.
Did you say dog? Feels.
With guess what? Dog prom.
It's called the Geezer Gala. We're here for the dogs. We get to celebrate with them. It's a wholesome environment. Just everything that's good for your
You
heart.
got a chaperone making sure the dog's not humping somebody's leg. It's the dog prom, ladies and gentlemen. You know what? I get feels by that dog prom. Dog sanctuary. Who doesn't like a dog sanctuary? What do you say, Noah? Any feels?
No feels.
No feels. No feels. Wow. What about you, Tony? Any feels?
Oh,
Rough.
Definitely doggies and proms. All perfect. Lots of feels there.
Lots of feels for the doggies and the proms. All right. Next. So there's a feel. Grandmother breaks Guinness World. A grandmother breaks a Guinness World Book of Records for the world's longest. You guys want to guess? Tony, you want to guess? World's longest what?
No.
Fingernails?
No. What about you, Noah?
Knitted scarf.
No. It's not a normal grandma thing. You want to guess again, Tony?
A normal grandma.
Not sexual, Tony. What about you, Noah?
World's longest.
Not a sex change.
I was gonna say something with grandchildren, but
Okay, nope. It has nothing to do with that. You guys know what a plank is? Planking?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it is that you like, in sports or academics or your music, arts, whatever it is, the more you practice, the better you get, and the easier it becomes, and then you can help others around you.
Have you guys ever planked?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I've done.
I remember when I used to do it a lot. I remember you set a timer because you want to go for 1 minute, but you don't want to watch the stopwatch tick down because it'll seem longer. So you close your eyes, and then I'm thinking, wait a second, it's got to be longer than a minute. I got to be maybe the timer's not working. And I open my eyes and it's only been 10 seconds. Am I wrong on that? Yeah, you're thinking that's got to be easy. How's that hard? And then you do it for 15 seconds and you look at your timer and going, how is that right? I wonder if my iPhone's broken. Must be. But I get, you know what? I don't get any feels. I'm glad that grandma's in shape and everything, but we didn't get feels, did we?
No, I didn't get any feels there, no.
A school employee worked for 67 years. Then she gave $1 million.
You know what's a highlight for me? When a student comes in here and says, Miss Olive, you taught my granddad. This is a lady who showed up early for work to make sure that she got all of the paperwork done so that she could spend her time when the students were there with the students. It means a lot. And it doesn't surprise me. This is Lillian Orlick giving and giving and giving.
No, that's great. I don't know how anybody could hate that. No, I know somebody who, I don't want to say her name. Do you know who I'm thinking about, Tony? I don't want to say her name. She works here.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Teachers working 67 years and then giving back. How could you not get feels off that?
Yeah, that's 67 years working with kids. I mean, yeah, that's.
Honestly, though, you got a great. If this was in Canada, you got a great pension.
Yeah.
Retire.
Right.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
You're killing yourself. And finally, don't have time for any more. Might have time for a police officer forms strong bond with baby girl he saved 5 years ago. Oh, that's cute.
I went to pick her up when the movie was over and I realized that she was not breathing. I just ran and I'm like, oh my, like I was hysterical.
I see Nicole running towards me. A little angel in her arm. I tried to revive her as much as I could, and she just went limp on me. I was petrified, nervous.
I couldn't do anything besides pray.
That cry was the best thing ever.
There you go. You got it.
I almost started crying myself.
Man, that is a great story. Total feels. Anybody else have objections? All right. I also have to, before we wrap things up, a police officer was stabbed in Toronto today. I want to thank all of the officers for risking their life across this country, no matter where you are.
That's what I got for y'all today.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
136 westbound. Looks like some major accident or police activity at the 136 west. Just a touch beforehand. If you can enlighten us on the situation, star 800. Nobody is moving. Don't know for sure exactly what is cooking there, but if you can ring us up between now and the next report at 9:45, that'd be great at star 800. So at this point, I wouldn't be getting on the 136 West unless you're doing it at Fort, because it's an actual parking lot backing towards the Lucien Lallier entrance. That's at Lorraine Boulevard. It's disposed from St. Louis Street to DeCarry Boulevard, which itself on the southbound side of that expressway, the service road known as DeCarry Boulevard South, will be closed off the top to Rosemont coming up at midnight until 7 tomorrow morning. The 136 West will be closed overnight from the start at Penn through until that Lucien Lallier entrance. Then you'll be dealing with a weekend-long closure at 10 o'clock to and from Laval via the Papineau-Leblanc Bridge. 3 straight nights of overnight road work at the La Fontaine Tunnel heading to and from the Sèvres Shore. That starts at 11, reopening at 8 tomorrow. Right now, 4 or 5 minutes via Souligny East and the 25 South just before entering the tunnel. Souligny East also will be closed come 10:30 in mere minutes. Near 60 minutes from now, between the stretch on Souligny, Dixon to Honoré Beaugrand. At Sports Experts, the mega bicycle clearance has started. Get up to 40% off on a wide selection of hybrid, mountain, and junior bikes. Details in store. I'm Mark Schlup, CJAD at 100 Traffic and Transit every 15 minutes. Your next report at 9:45.
Crave presents the new HBO original limited series from Park Chan-wook and Robert Downey Jr.
Only the spy says there's no spy.
The Sympathizer streams April 14th only on Crave. Plans starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe at crave.ca. This is Mark Saltzman's Tech Talk.
Convenience, efficiency, energy savings, and environmental benefits. These are all advantages of the modern smart home. Zane Jaffer from Best Buy is an expert on smart home tech, and so we asked him for his favorite smart home benefit.
Safety is another big advantage for consumers right now. So you look at categories like smart smoke detectors or even water leak sensors, basically allowing customers to be alerted for any potential hazards. And I think that's a pretty big benefit. One of my favorite benefits of the smart home category is automation. And one of my favorite ones that people always talk about is kind of a good morning routine. So basically the lights come on, the thermostat adjusts the heating for you, and then you start the coffee maker, and that can all happen in one single command.
Find a huge selection of smart home devices at bestbuy.ca.
This has been Tech Talk with Mark Saltzman.
Brought to you by Epson EcoTank printers. With enough ink to print thousands of pages. Learn more at epson.ca/ecotank.
Galleria Borghese, buongiorno.
Hi, do you have guided tours today?
Sì, ma certo. We have today at 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30,
2:30, 3:30. Imagine having Europe all to yourself during the Air Transat off-season promo. Book your flights to Europe starting at $699 at airtransat.com. Conditions apply. 5:30, 6:30. Air Transat. Travel moves us.
With the arrival of spring, give your vehicle its original shine back with Spinelli Dealership's Instant Glow Package.
Say goodbye to winter residues and take advantage of our expert service for a complete cleaning inside and out, starting from $149.95. It's sunny prices every day. Book online now. Visit Spinelli.com.
Spinelli, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does, and shops the bonus redemption event at PharmaFree to get more free stuff for her points. If I redeem 200,000 points, I'll get $300 off. That's an extra $100 in value. I see a treat in my future. Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs April 12th to 17th, in-store and online. Exclusive to PharmaFree. It's your chance to get more free stuff for your points. And free feels good. Restrictions apply. This is the voice of Montreal.
CJAD 800. If it matters, you'll hear it on News Talk 1010 Toronto. Black Jesus. Welcome back to News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
It is the iHeart Talk Radio Network, and thank you each and every one of you. I appreciate your time. Amber Dowling is going to be here. Amber is always money in the bank. I got to tell you, I started watching. Colin Farrell does so many different things, like as an actor. Like, and then was it in Batman that he played the Penguin? And maybe he still is. Like, I know they're going to make a Penguin franchise. Is it going to be him again? First of all, am I right? It was Colin Farrell, right? They put him in a fat suit. Anyway, my point on that is, like, why couldn't I just find a guy who? Because you couldn't. What's the point of getting, like, is he that good of an actor that? Because I couldn't even tell it was him. Like, that's how good the makeup was. I couldn't even tell it was him. But Amber Dowling last week told us about this new show where he plays a detective in Hollywood. It's really good. And so she always tips me off with what is good in streaming. But I gotta say, I don't know about you guys. When somebody tells you to watch a show, it's not that I don't pay attention to them. Because Scott Reed was going on and on the other day about Shogun. It's just like, there's like 20 shows I want to get to. You know what I mean?
Shogun is amazing.
Yeah.
You can sit through the subtitles. It is an amazing story.
Oh, it's all subtitles.
Yeah, it's a lot of subtitles.
Great.
The one with Colin Farrell that you're talking about is called Sugar on Apple TV.
Yeah, it's called Sugar.
I love that. There's a new episode out tonight, by the way, in case you're looking for something to do when you get home. And the new Penguin show is going to be.
Is he in that?
It just looks awesome.
Is he in that?
Yeah.
And am I wrong? It doesn't look anything like him.
It does not look anything.
Again, no offense to him, no offense to. I just don't know. I don't think the character, like, I don't know. I'm not saying that you don't need it. And I'm okay. I could just hear somebody complaining that you're saying, oh, you're saying that larger men can't be good actors. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, hey, why couldn't you find a larger dude to do that? And I'm not trying. Anyway, let's move on, folks. Here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network, I wanted to do a couple of different things right now. I wanted to. We earlier in the night, we asked you what maybe your first job was, and did you learn any life lessons from it? I was listening earlier today on the iHeart Talk Radio Network. They were talking about this article in the Globe and Mail, and they got one call from a guy who drove taxi. And when he was driving taxi, one of the things that he had to do was go in to the local precinct and grease the cop. This is in Toronto like 30 years ago. Grease the cop, meaning give the cop some money, the head of that division. And then what he would do as a taxi cab driver the company, they didn't say what company it was, would get phone calls from people, and it would be a guy, hey, I need a bottle of vodka. And he'd be driving around delivering bottles of booze to people. And he said at a really young age, he saw what alcohol had done to these people who didn't leave their house and just drank. And by driving around and delivering this booze, he never wanted to drink ever again. And so the original article and the idea for the show, or the idea for taking calls on this, was in the Globe and Mail. The guy was working at a funeral house when he was 15, and he just saw that you could die on a dime in an accident, tomfoolery, being wasted, any number of things, drunk driving, hit by a drunk driver. So he valued life more than he thought other people might have, because they don't see that stuff all the time. At 15, I don't know. Do you want your kids seeing that at 15? Maybe you do. I don't know. So we asked people what was the job that they had that made them look at life differently. And Dawn called. She was a candy striper, right? Because I'm dyslexic and I saw candy stripper. Is it different? It's candy striper in the hospital. And I was like, a hospital has strippers?
I was a candy striper at Sick Kids when I was 15 for a summer, before I could get my social insurance number at 16 in those days. And I learned, of course, that we can't take our health for granted, and so many kids suffering from different illnesses. So it just reminded me from a young age to take care of myself and not take my health for granted. Thanks for listening. Bye.
You're welcome. Thank you. That is so true, man. Going down to the hospital for sick kids, and we do a radiothon every year. It is sometimes one of the most heartbreaking. It's the time like I cry every year. Sometimes it's the most heartbreaking, but it's also one of the most fulfilling things that we do. And they're always like, oh, thanks for coming down. Pleasure. Because of those stories. And because of, and I guess what's really interesting about it to me is that when you're a kid who's like 5 and they wear these things, and I'm sure they do it at the Sick Kids Hospital, wherever, at CHU in Ottawa or in Montreal, they have so many different procedures. Sometimes it's chemo when you're young, and they have these beads around their neck, which are for every procedure that they go through. And so they're walking around like Mr. T. And they don't, you're like, oh, how are you so brave? But you realize they don't know anything else, right? They don't know how not to be brave because that's been their life. And so you're like bawling your eyes out, and they're like, what the hell's wrong with you? And that, I think, is what's so rewarding. Having a 4-year-old laugh at you is what is very rewarding. One of my very good friends, when I've worked here for a couple of years, folks, a guy who used to work here was very, very stressed out. And then he went and worked in television, and he was stressed out there, and he's like, I don't want this anymore. And he became one of the clowns down at the hospital for sick kids. And I've seen him work, and, you know, putting a smile on the face of a kid who's got cancer, like that's the joy that he brought into his life, because he couldn't handle the stress of working in this job. And I remember having conversations with him. You're a loser. You can't handle it, is what I would say to him. No. No, I didn't say that to him. I would just say, are you really? You're going to leave the business to be I just remember trying to tell him, don't quit, that sort of thing. But he needed something else in his life. And he found that really rewarding. I hope that really pays well. But that's job. And that's like a huge burden too, to see that every single day. I would think like that's got to take a toll on you. Here is somebody who called us earlier today who talked about working at Cineplex in his early years.
When I worked in at Cineplex
She worked at Cineplex.
When I worked in at Cineplex in my late teens, and you know we were taught to just multitask and work quickly with the lineups that came through. We didn't have we only had a cash till. We didn't have anything to punch in. We had to work with numbers in our head right away, and serve the customers, be pleasant, and then not spill things. For instance, the drinks into the candy bar section, which always made a mess. It just made us learn how to multitask, really, and to be quick, efficient, and pleasant. So these are the things that I've carried on in my life. I was able to run 2 tills at the same time, and it was fun. Kind of I
guess there. It's funny. I had a job working at muffins. It was my first job, and it was before the cash register would tell you what the change would be, and so I'd be like, "He gave me $10. It's $5.23, and so what is that back? You get $7 back? What do you get? No." I was not great at math, is my point. All right, Amber Dowling is next here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Wow, what a difference 15 minutes makes from not being able to clearly see what was happening before the Ford entrance on the 136 West with a couple of police cruisers looking like they may have been tending to either an accident or perhaps some other activity. Well, we've put 2 and 2 together. A whole cortege of police cruisers and motorcycles getting on at Fort and heading towards the airport. They're bringing the French Prime Minister, Gabriel Attal, to the tarmac. Should be pulling up there any second. Doesn't take long when you cordoned off all the various access ramps onto the 20 West between Turcotte and Trudeau International Airport. Nobody was moving in Ville St. Pierre. No one was getting on at First. No one was getting on at Norman, etc., etc. Right now, though, let's look ahead to the roadwork, LaFontaine Tunnel. 4 or 5 minutes right now getting into the tunnel, heading to the South Shore. Both directions of LaFontaine will be closed overnight, each of the next 3 nights, starting at 11 o'clock tonight until tomorrow morning at 8. Papineau-Leblanc Bridge, T-minus 14 minutes before they close it, heading up to and down from Laval. Also at 10 o'clock, a weekend-long closure of the 136 East, Saint-Laurent-Berry exit number 6. The 136 West will be closed overnight as of 11:30 from the start at Penet to the Lucien Lallier entrance. You have a closure overnight on the southbound side of Marcel Larin between Saint Louis Street and DeCarry Boulevard. DeCarry Boulevard South will be closed come midnight until 7 a.m. off the top to Royal Mount. There are days when the traffic is ridiculous, but at Canac Hardware stores, the prices are ridiculous every day. Visit canac.ca. I'm Mark Shalhoub from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage Nasal Care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter, that Navage's powered suction will help flush out allergens, viruses, mucus, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Ricardo, quote, "This is one of the greatest inventions ever. I know this may sound like I'm exaggerating, but this sucker is amazing. The first time I did it, I couldn't believe what came out of my sinuses. I could breathe with ease. My wife just bought one too. Thank you for this product," unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is at Canadian Tire, Family Prix, Brunet, Jean Coutu, and Navage.ca. Navage, Navage, clean nose, healthy life.
Now trending, the latest in lifestyle with Andrea Elias and Orla Johannes.
Hi, I'm Andrea. And I'm Orla. This week, we'll tell you how to bargain like a...
Oh, fucking no. Oh. It's died. No. This was not even mine. There. Mm-hmm.
Acton.ca, the concrete and foundation specialists. Call Acton for action. This is CJD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
Anytime at CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
On with your host, Jim Richards, on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
Fridays mean that we're very grateful to be joined by one of the best television critics around. Amber Dowling, each and every week, helps us plan our weekends, or at least put things on our radar for what we can stream moving forward. Amber, how are you? I don't know if I've asked you this before, but everybody who's got a friend right now who's an accountant with taxes coming up, I'm sure they're getting asked.
Those are there for everyone's safety.
Doctors are always asked questions by their friends. Is it the same thing when people hang out with Amber? Are they always asking you what I should watch?
Yes, like always. And I like it because it just means that I get to talk about TV more. But it is hard because there's so many shows out there that the best way for me to start that conversation or to engage in that conversation is to ask someone else what they're watching and then kind of go from there.
Yeah, I can imagine, because with me now, it's like, I'm more than interested to hear about you telling me about shows, but just in the back of my head, I feel like I'm overwhelmed by like the 10 other things that people told me to watch. So sometimes I'm just like, what am I interested in? And then I'll go from there. So, although I find this segment very helpful. Ready to get into it?
Sure.
Crave has the sympathize. Biracial. Bilingual. That was a synthesis of incompatibilities. So what did I do? Welcome to the world of spycraft.
Yes, The Sympathizer is the most, I like to call it a Canadian project, even though it's not, because it actually comes from a Canadian production company, and Don McKellar, who is a very notable Canadian writer, actor, director, he is the co-showrunner of this. The Sympathizer is a story of a half Vietnamese, half French communist spy during the Vietnam War. Who is sent to America and then comes back, and it just kind of traces his life flashbacks. It's based on a Pulitzer Prize-winning book that was written by an American Vietnamese man. And the big selling point for this one, I think, is that the other co-showrunner who's working on this with Don McKellar is Park Chan-wook, who is a very famous South Korean director. He's done some shows before. He has a very unique style that you'll definitely see in this series if you check it out when it premieres on Sunday night on Crave. And there was a very big budget, so there's like lots of explosions and lots of really cool special effects. One of them being star Robert Downey Jr. plays 4 different characters.
Really?
So,
very cool.
He is like the only American who's actually involved in the show, as far as I can tell. And he plays 4 different American characters who there's kind of like a through line with them, but not really. They just have like similar, I guess, traits.
Is it a comedy?
Yeah. It's like a dark comedy drama. It's one of those new projects where it's got all of the different genres in it. There's definitely some satire to it, though. So, I mean, it's worth checking out. It's interesting. I don't know if it's what people necessarily expect, but sometimes that's what makes the show great.
On Crave, it does sound really interesting. Prime Video has Fallout.
Veritable Camelot, the nuclear age. Not made by God Almighty, but the working man.
You can be a hero by purchasing a residence in a Vault-Tec vault today. Because if the worst should happen tomorrow, the world is going to need you to build a better day after.
If you you are a fan of the video game Fallout, then you'll definitely want to check this out. And if you're a fan of post-apocalyptic drama, thrillers, sci-fi thrillers, then you'll also probably want to check it out. This is Prime Video's latest big-budget show. It kicks off when a woman is forced from a peaceful shelter and onto the surface, where she discovers this wasteland and then has to navigate her way through. It's from the same people who did Westworld. So if you were a fan of Westworld and the way that show kind of looked and the themes that show got into, you'll find some common threads. There's 8 episodes. It's got a pretty notable cast. Ella Purnell is like the main female character, but then you can look for people like Walton Goggins from Justified, Kyle MacLachlan, Michael Emerson from Lost. So there's like some really recognizable faces in it. I feel like this is Prime Video's latest foray into like a genre piece. Like I feel like they keep trying to find their own Game of Thrones, so to speak. You know, like they tried Lord of the Rings and they're expanding The Boys. So I feel like this might be their next big play. But we'll see if it translates.
All right, Netflix. What Jennifer did.
911, help me, please. I need help. Calm down. What's going on? Don't go in. I heard shots. I don't know what's happening. I'm tied upstairs. Dad? Hello. I am really into Netflix's true crime documentaries lately. I've been writing more about them. I've been watching more of them. So this one was on my list as soon as I heard about it, because this is based on the Markham, Ontario case of Jennifer Pan, who was I think she was like a postgraduate college student who called 911 one day in 2010 and claimed that intruders had come into her house and shot her parents. Her mother died instantly, and her father was put into a medical-induced coma, and her father ultimately survived. And then when he woke up, we learned that Jennifer was not a victim, that she actually orchestrated this whole thing and tried to have her parents killed. So this is a really interesting film that kind of goes into the nuances of the case and what happened and how it rocked the community. And it also kind of examines immigrant parents and the expectations that are placed on children and how damaging that can be.
Crazy. Okay. By the way, the Apple TV show Sugar that you recommended last week, I'm really digging it. Apple TV with Franklin.
You are? I am Benjamin Franklin. The Congress had sent me here as a representative of the United States to enlist France in our war against England.
Franklin is the latest historical drama to hit Apple TV+. It stars Michael Douglas as Benjamin Franklin. So this 8-episode project traces his mission to France, where he was trying to gain support for American independence. Kind of traces that journey and why it was so important. Interestingly, I think there's an actor named Noah Jupe who plays Temple Franklin, his grandson that he adopted back in the day. And I think like this kid is so watchable. He's been in like A Quiet Place, and he played a younger version of Shia LaBeouf in that film Honey Boy a few years ago.
Yeah.
Like, he's somebody to watch. He's a really good actor, so like I'm watching it for him over Michael Douglas. But you know, you might learn something about history and then watch some great performances along the way. The first 3 episodes are available this weekend.
Okay, and Netflix has Good Times.
I have important news.
Let me guess. The state called and they want to cut you a disability check for your face. Hold up. You can get paid for that?
This is from a fool who stares at his orange juice every morning.
It says concentrate on the box. Who the dummy now?
I had to bring this up because Good Times is one of the most recognizable classic comedies of all time. You know, Norman Lear, about a family in the Chicago housing project. This is the animated remake of it, and Norman Lear was actually involved in remaking this before his death, so it has his stamp a little bit. That said, there have been some, I guess, complaints from people who have screened it early, or the critics, and then also some of the stars that are involved, that were involved in the original, saying that this is just not the same thing. It's not as, I guess, progressive as the original show was. Like, if you don't know the history, you know, Good Times was the first Black family sitcom to have a 2-parent nuclear family. Like, it did a lot of good things to television. This doesn't necessarily capture the spirit of the original, say the naysayers, but I still think it's worth checking out because it's got a great cast. Like, the the genesis of it is there. So I feel like if you want a new comedy, you should still try to maybe check it out this weekend.
All right. Listen, you have a great weekend as well. We always appreciate your time.
Thank you. You too.
That is Amber Dowling on what we should be checking out streaming. I'm Jim Richards, Radio Network.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal. News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
From the National Newsroom of the Canadian Press, I'm Brenda Molina Navidad. A rescue team says they'll try again soon to corral a young killer whale after its first attempt failed. The team, which includes the local First Nation, marine mammal experts, and others, have been hoping to capture her and transfer her to the open ocean where she could reconnect with her pod. Paul Cottrell with the Fisheries Department says the calf appears healthy.
The calf is very active, looks very healthy, and we're continuing to monitor and assess the calf daily. So that's really important, and we're going to continue to monitor, assess, and then planning going forward, looking at different options.
The 2-year-old calf whale has been alone in the lagoon off northwestern Vancouver Island since her mother was stranded on a low tide and died. International Development Minister Ahmed Hussein is announcing $132 million in aid for people fleeing Sudan as the country's civil war reaches its first anniversary. The funding includes $100 million in humanitarian aid for Sudanese who fled to neighboring countries and those stuck in Sudan amid the violence. Canada's funding is focused on ensuring women can access sexual and reproductive health and that children are fed.
We're looking at, looming famine-like conditions. Almost 25 million people, including 11 million children, are now in desperate need of humanitarian aid.
The Liberals have faced mounting criticism for not following peers and issuing sanctions on those supporting warlords. A report by Urbanation says the asking rent for a home in March was up 8.8% from a year ago, but down 0.6% from February.
The analysis of monthly listings from rentals.ca says the average asking rent for all home types was $2,181 last month. The average asking rent for a one-bedroom unit was up 11.3% from a year ago to $1,915. The average asking price for a two-bedroom unit was up 10.6% to $2,295. Overall, asking rents for purpose-built rental apartments in March increased 12.7% from a year ago to an average of $2,117. Dawn Kelly, The Canadian Press, Toronto.
Some Swifties in BC have been scammed after trying to secure Taylor Swift concert tickets. They got at least 4 complaints involving fraud taking place on Facebook Marketplace and other community groups. Those who fell victim told police they sent the money to the supposed seller but didn't get Swift tickets in return. The former longtime interpreter for Los Angeles Dodgers star Shohei Ohtani has to undergo gambling addiction treatment. Ippei Mizuhara has appeared in a U.S. federal court on a charge of bank fraud. The judge ordered him to be released on an unsecured $25,000 bond. This is the Canadian Press.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening. It's a wet one out there ahead of some weekend and overnight closures. What do we have? Slow down to carry northbound from Jean Talon to the top. Why, pray tell? Well, merging for the 40 West just after that point, there is a stalled vehicle in the right lane. It's protected, so if you're coming Met West for the 40 West to carry interchange, slow it down. You have Marcel-Lorrain South that is closed from St. Louis Street through until Carey Boulevard, which on the southbound side of that Carey Boulevard will be closed off the top through until Royalmont, coming up at midnight until 7 a.m. We are looking at a closure being implemented right now, both sides of the Papineau-Leblanc Bridge, heading up to and down from Laval. That'll be in effect until Monday, 4:30 a.m. Also being shuttered right now is the 136 East's Berry-Saint-Laurent exit, number 6, coming up at 11:30 on the flip side. The 136 West will be shut from the start at Pennet to the Lucien Lallier on-ramp. At 11 p.m. closure to and from the South Shore for the La Fontaine Tunnel, reopening in both directions as of 8 tomorrow morning.
They'll do it again come Saturday and Sunday nights into the following mornings. As well as sports experts, the mega bicycle clearances start. Get up to 40% off on a wide selection of hybrid, mountain, and junior bikes. Details in store. I'm Mark Shalhoub from the CJ 8800 Traffic Center. Your next report is coming up at 10:15.
It makes a difference when a business like Litracit's Dispensing Opticians takes a personal interest in what they do and in their customers. That's what sets Litracit's apart. They are, after all, a family serving families with the best in eye care, lenses, and a wide variety of frames from partners like Essilor, Maui Jim, Bevel, and more. Litracit's Dispensing Opticians, taking care of your family's vision like their own. At DeCarry and Isabella for over 50 years. At Litracit's, you'll see.
People often wonder why Truck Month is the perfect time to buy, say, a 2024 GMC Sierra 1500. Well, if it were Barbecue Month, it'd be the perfect time to buy a barbecue. If it were Adopt a Kitten Month, it'd be the perfect time to adopt a kitten. And if it were Install Flashing Neon Lights Under Your Car Doors Month, well, you'd probably pass. During GMC Truck Month, get a $6,500 cash purchase credit on selected 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 models. Conditions apply. Details at gmcoffers.ca.
So many Quebecers suffer from back pain, which, when left untreated, can result in a loss of quality of life. The Quebec Chiropractors Association invites you to learn more. Visit chiropractic.com for more information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities and where you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
And it's time with the big news stories of the past 24 hours, and then we get you into the weekend with Slow News Day. But Bob Reed, how are you doing? Let's get started with Party for Two.
Well, I'm glad to be with you. Jim joins Jerry's show every Friday for Party for Two, so let's go through it. A number of things on the plate this morning. More in the morning this morning, Conservative MP for Thornhill, Melissa Lanceman, told John that the Conservatives would defund the CBC as soon as they got elected.
You can certainly cut the $1 billion from once and for all.
You want to pull the plug on the CBC? That's actual policy now.
That is an actual promise, and we'll do that as soon as we are elected.
That is great. That is so fantastic. I mean it. I just mean it in so many different ways. Yeah, I do think that the CBC needs to be cut back to what they do well. I don't know why online they're doing editorials. I think they should give us what they think the news is and try to make it fair and balanced. And maybe that's what the people at the Conservative Party should be is that I think people will go back, crazy about that. Because I think a lot of people are going to be voting for Pierre because, nobody can stand Justin Trudeau any longer. And I think a lot of people are going to be parking their vote with Pierre Poilievre, and they might not necessarily be on board with this CBC thing, but they want to get rid of Trudeau. So, to me, that Pierre Poilievre in his first year might be like a bull in a china shop, like Doug Ford was, settling scores and making Canada look the way he'd like. Trudeau probably did that too, but I think that's going to cause a lot of problems for them. But that's not to say that I think the CBC hasn't gotten too big, because I do think they've gotten too big.
Okay. This next item is our vote question on touchdowns and fumbles today, and it's about the patients in hospitals aren't going because they're not able to move into the home that they want to move into, so they're staying in the hospital, and they are getting charged $400 a day. The Ministry of Health has confirmed 7 people so far have been charged, but they're not going to get into the dollar figures. Should they? Does that matter?
This one woman who's made the news in the Windsor area is probably up around $12,000 already. I don't know why not. I guess it doesn't look good on them, but if they're proud of the policy, I'm not sure what the problem is, because I think, and listen, you're the communications guy, but when you have to get to this point and you're denying why your policy would be, you can't back up your policy with numbers and you're afraid to do that. Why are you afraid to do that? is putting a price on a hospital bed, which is really important, and we're trying to free them up. Why would you not do that? It is your policy. So what is the problem? I think they probably should, and I don't think it looks good on them.
Well, I don't want to scoop myself. I'll get into my take. You got to wait for it, Jim. You got to wait for 11:50 and touchdowns and fumbles. But I will say, optics obviously are the issue here that's underpinning this, and they're being very careful about it, because it's one thing to talk about a policy at a 30,000 foot level. It's another when the rubber hits the road with respect to individual people and their lives. And so I'll unpack that further.
I agree. I mean, if you're going to say this is a great idea, this is how we're going to free up beds, which we need really badly, and then they're like, what? Oh, well, can't tell you that.
Right. Okay, the TCC is going to start a pilot project where special constables, fare inspectors, the people who challenge you, did you pay, show me the proof of payment, they're going to wear body cams. I think that's a great idea, because these people are naturally in positions of potential conflict with riders, and I'm a big fan of body cams because they're an impartial documenter of exactly what goes down.
There was something that went sideways, which is a reason why they're doing this.
Yeah.
What I found interesting is we're now going to get our policy up to the same standard as police. Wait a second, I don't want to be rude, but aren't these glorified security guards, and they had more of a leeway than the police? That doesn't make any sense. In a city where there's $124 million worth of terrorization, certainly this is pretty serious. It needs to be, I don't want to say tackled, because that's the reason why there's a dude that was tackled for $3.50.
Yeah.
So yes, there should not be any, you shouldn't be getting in fisticuffs because of $3.50. So I think that this is right. What I was a little alarmed by is that the person who is concerned about the homeless being disproportionately surveilled is those would be the people I would be most concerned about, because whenever I'm on a streetcar, the only people I see being taken off the streetcar, and maybe it's because of the route that I go through, the Queen and Sherbourne area, are people who are unhoused, and I don't think it's a good look on the TTC, and I would want to make sure that my butt was covered and you got evidence there if something goes bad if you're an unhoused person.
Yeah, exactly. Who knows what prompts things to get escalated? Yeah. It's conjecture, or it's he said, she said, but body cameras would solve that. So that's why I'm down for this. Shroom shops. There's one that keeps they're playing whack-a-mole in Kitchener, Waterloo, I guess it is, with one there. The Fun Guys Mushroom Shop just got raided again, and they're probably going to reopen as they continue to do. Which begs the question, why is it impossible to stop these places, or how do we stop them?
I've interviewed these guys. It's their business model. It's whack-a-mole. They know they can open up the next day. They must have really deep pockets in order to do that. They think that it's a plant and it's harmless. And I got to tell you, when I stopped drinking, everybody's like, here, try this marijuana. I was like, no, I'm not interested in that. Here, try these mushrooms. No, I'm not interested in any of that. And they're like, what are you doing? I'm just in my feelings right now. But the people that I do know that do mushrooms, they seem harmless. So I don't know. I think fight the good fight. If you believe that a law is a bad law and you think that something should be legalized, then you have to be willing to pay the penalty. And it sounds like these guys are. And if the penalty is only 2 days, then that's probably a hill they're willing to die on.
Well, you said it's built into their business model. But when the illegal pot shops were opening up, ahead of and during the legalization and the beginning of retail, and I thought it was a very effective method. The government said, look, if you think this is the ground level business approach, if you want to be a cannabis store retailer and you think this will get you in on the ground level, think again, because our policy is going to be absolutely black and white that anybody who's been charged with running an illegal shop will never get a license for
Jim. Let's take it down a notch with the mushrooms, okay? Even as a drug user, like, I don't even advocate for people doing mushrooms just to be part of, like, the cool kids club. So definitely don't go do mushrooms. I don't think that's for you. But yeah, no. I voted for Justin Trudeau because he was legalizing pot, and I thought I was going to get a pot shop. As it turns out, no, we're going to screw that up too.
From the CBC that will dramatically change it. I'll tell you what, I don't have a problem with that, but like I was telling Bob, I do think that a lot of people who do not like Justin Trudeau, who are parking their vote here, Polyev, will have a problem with that, especially if you're not served very well by media and you live in rural Canada. We'll address that in a couple of seconds time here, and whether or not transit cops should be able to wear body cameras. You know, address that as we go to Ottawa and Montreal as well. That's on the way. I'm Jim Richards. This is the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Good evening. A wet drive at the greater Montreal area. Good news though, at least that it's a disabled vehicle on the 40 West after the Gary interchange with right lane has taken off under its own steep with an escort from the Ministry of Transportation. Still slow as a result of the Gary north over the top third and 40 West. The Gary interchange with the slow go can't get down to the Gary from Miscellaneous south. It is closed from St. Louis Street in Santa through until Gary Boulevard, which on the southbound side will be closed off the top through until the Royal Mount sector. That as of midnight until 7 tomorrow morning will also close the left lane off the top of the expressway through Royal Mount / so that's allowed to create an extra volume in the incoming units which include that westward. Gary south, the 10 p.m. closures should be into the books over on the 136 east. If the Eddie Santa Ana exit shut until the weekend, as will be the Avenue Northern Bridge to and from Laval once they get that one into the books. LaFontaine Tunnel closed overnight each of the next 3 nights, starting tonight at 11 p.m. until tomorrow until 8 of the next two from the South Shore at the LaFontaine. Goodbye winter, hello very good spring tire sale happening down at Canadian Tire till April 20th. 50% off of quality brands and trust. Conditions apply. Details online. I'm Mark Shalhoub, CJAD 800 Traffic and Transit. It's coming up next at 10:30. It's a matchup of two teams near the top of the MLS standings. CF Montreal versus FC Cincinnati. Right here tomorrow night, 7 p.m. pregame, 7:30 kickoff. CF Montreal action on News Talk Radio. CJAD 800. Hey, son, it's finally spring. You know what that means, Kareem? Road trip season. What up?
I'd like to congratulate drugs for winning the war on drugs.
5% rate reduction during the Spring Into Savings event. Until April 30th, retail value of $36,497, down payment of $1,649 required. Conditions apply. Details at Nissan.
Hi, this is Sabrina from Silver and Gold for Cash. We will pay the best rate guaranteed for all unwanted or broken jewelry. We will beat all competition and you receive cash or check for your gold and silver on the spot. Come to the Leonardo da Vinci Center, Tuesday to Saturday, 10 to 5, or silverandgoldforcash.com.
The efforts to save Heather Butts tonight on CTV National News. The rescue operation in the works as dozens of experts try to remove the killer whale trapped in a BC lagoon. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca.
Did you shave on my hot tub?
It's my pets.
From the producers of Trailer Park Boys comes the hilarious new Crave original series, The Trades.
You bring your back at work in ice-like jeans,
Follow the antics of refinery workers as they balance the stress of working in a blue-collar town.
Everything here is either raising their kids or raising their truck.
Happy Friday, my friend. Let's get drinking. The Trades. Stream now only on Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe now at crave.ca.
I'm Erin, and this is my life with California Closets. I purchased a historic home that's over 150 years old. One of the biggest things old houses don't have is closet storage and organization. And in a modern life, you really need to store a lot of things. Working with California Closets was the only way to get exactly what I needed. It really makes
consultation today at californiaclosets.ca.
Located in Point Claire, the private retirement residence La Cambridge offers large green spaces where you can enjoy nature in the heart of the city. The atmosphere is warm and the decor is bucolic. The Cambridge team is pleased to invite you to the Elvis Tribute Show on Monday, April 15th at 2 p.m. The event is free, but seating is limited. So reserve yours now by calling 514-694-8383. 694-8383. La Cambridge, a kosher retirement home.
Elevate your energy solutions with Fuelit, Quebec's leading fuel distributor. From diesel to gasoline, oils, and a range of petroleum products, we offer on-site refueling for fleets with round-the-clock service. Get your free estimate now at fuelit.ca. A little more. Parking should be simple. Good. A little more. Quickly submitting and tracking a claim on the Beller Direct app actually is simple. A little less. Beller Direct. Insurance simplified. This is CJAD 800.
Listen anywhere, anytime.
Anytime at CJAD800.com.
The iHeartRadio app or on your smart speaker.
This is News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Talk Network.
I'm Jim Richards. This is News Talk Tonight, and it's time for a rundown where we take a look at the big news stories of the past 7 days. And we do that with the man who is going to be hosting your mornings tomorrow in Ottawa. Andrew Pinsent is the morning man on CFRA 6 and 211 tomorrow morning. Andrew, good evening.
I know some listeners are concerned I didn't survive the eclipse. I just want to let you know I'm okay.
You are.
I didn't look up. You know what I mean?
Okay, good. You know what? I had stopped asking people about their eclipse experience earlier in the week, but maybe we should do that again. Jimmy Superstube joins us as well. He's a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. What of it? Because it was super cloudy in southern Ontario. What was it like for you in Ottawa, Andrew?
It wasn't as overcast. I think everybody kind of had an experience here. But it wasn't. It was kind of cool. Just like we got the 3 minutes of kind of almost darkness, but yeah, I don't think anything went wrong. But some of the pictures that we see from that totality were incredible.
Yeah, it really was. And we were overcast here and in downtown Montreal, Toronto, or Ottawa, where there are tall buildings. That's going to be a problem too. Because I was at work, Jimmy, and I'm like looking up into the sky, and the sun is behind a skyscraper, so not helpful at all. But it is really amazing how quickly it got dark and then how quickly it got light again.
It was actually very nice. And over here, there was parties organized at Park Chandra and at the Biodome and some other places here. And it was crazy, but I was set for like 3 o'clock. 10:40 in the morning, I saw there was something like over close to 100,000 people going to the where the Grand Prix is held every year, Park Chandra. Now I know what a Taylor Swift concert looks like.
Yeah, but it didn't used to be there. It used to be on St. Catherine.
But you know what got me is that
And I think 2 people fucking died.
it was a really nice 3 minutes, and it was something I guess we'll never see again. People clapping, cheering, this thing on, like it became a life of its own. It was, I think everybody just sort of stopped for a few minutes. They stopped and smelled the roses. Well, it was like stop and look at the eclipse for 3 minutes. Life will start right after it. It was actually a very nice event.
It really was something like that could bring everybody together for a short time, and then we could go back to arguing about carbon tax for a brief time.
So that's what I kind of found what was nice about this, right? Is it something we couldn't argue about?
Well, listen, if Pierre Poilievre came out and said he was against eclipses, I'm sure Justin Trudeau would, or vice versa, whatever people thought. I'm sure people could have argued about it if they tried, but let's move along. I'm not sure what the heck is going on at maybe not campaign headquarters, but at NDP headquarters. I thought that the party was backing away from a consumer-based carbon levy and supporting the Liberals, at least with these words this yesterday.
Fighting the climate crisis can only be done if we are united. It requires political will, but it also requires solidarity. It can't be done by dividing Canadians against each other.
Yeah, I mean, this guy just which way is the wind blowing?
going? Where are we in the polls? Where do NDP people stand in the polls? So guys, the latest and updated from the Toronto Star just moments ago. Under fire, the NDP said Friday that they continue to support a consumer carbon levy. This is a quote from Jagmeet Singh. New Democrats have not changed our position on the carbon price, the consumer carbon price. We have done, what we have done is commit to building a climate plan to make big polluters pay, bring down carbon costs for Canadians, meet our emission targets, and unify people in taking on the climate crisis. After repeatedly refusing to clarify on Friday whether or not the party is saying that it has not changed its position, the New Democrats continue to support a consumer price on carbon. A senior NDP staff member told the Toronto Star, "We have supported it, and that hasn't changed." I don't know what's going on. For the past 2 days, it sounds like they were like, "Hey, yeah, Justin Trudeau has to understand this is hurting people." And now we hear this. They're saying they still support it. What the hell are we supposed to make this? This is typical late Friday on a weekend stuff, Jimmy.
You're going to try to make me sick now, aren't you, Jimmy? Like, God. I heard the statement too, and I sort of came with one of these, huh? Like, what? And you know, you look at what he said, we all have to work together. Now you see that things are ramping up for the election, right? Because if you go back to when they had their big breakthrough here in Quebec and in the opposition in 2011, what was the slogan back then? It was, "Travaillons ensemble, let's work together," right? Now, if anybody in the right mind thinks that Polyev is going to work with Jagmeet Singh together, well, I got a urge to say, like, but it seems that they have to be seen the writing on the wall. And the writing on the wall has been for a while that the Liberals have done a terrible job in selling the carbon tax, and the Conservatives have done a great job in telling everybody that the carbon tax is what is responsible for everything going wrong because of cost, because of pricing, and whatever. And Trudeau back then, the Prime Minister came out and gave a break to the Maritimes. He gave a break to Broke. I think Jagmeet Singh now has to be saying, "Hey, wait a second, I'm not going to go down on carbon tax." Everybody sort of knows that the NDP is strong on the environmental issues, so I don't think he loses much in the end. But if I'm Trudeau and you vote right now, I got to be quite happy about the NDP's position, because let's face it, you can dress this up any way you like. It's a bit of a backstep from the NDP.
I guess NDP polling within the party found that support within the party had dropped from 51% for a consumer-based carbon tax to 46%. So, still reading from the statement from the Toronto Star, the clarification came 2 days after Jagmeet Singh supported a Tory motion in the House of Commons calling the Prime Minister to have a televised national summit that welcomed provincial governments to bring up their alternatives. So, I don't know, what do you make of this, Andrew?
I think Jagmeet Singh had an opportunity here to kind of gain it on an issue here, and I think he kind of fumbled the ball on his execution. And obviously, as you kind of mentioned, as you mentioned, there's definitely some polling within the party. Or maybe hearing from some people for the last couple of days, and now they've kind of put out this statement that I think this is Jagmeet Singh backing down, but he's kind of fumbled the ball in the sense of, if he had set up a meeting with the premiers and was just supporting a carbon tax, but worked with them aside from the government and wanted to get together with them and kind of take leadership on this issue, how they could make it better, I think that's much more of a kind of political win for Jagmeet Singh. And now he's kind of softened his stance a little bit and backed off. So I think he had an opportunity and he let it go to waste.
I want to be fair, but did it get mischaracterized what he had said earlier this week? Because now reading this statement, it sounds like, hey, no, you guys got it wrong. We didn't say we didn't support it. We just were trying to say what is being said in this clip.
The evidence shows that an industrial price on pollution is absolutely working, and we believe that is a very strong component of how we take on.
Now it sounds like they're trying to say, no, we believe both things. But to me, earlier in the week, Jimmy, and correct me if I'm wrong, because maybe we got it wrong. Maybe they just conveyed what they were trying to say incorrectly, and we all consumed it wrong. But I would think they would come right out of the gate that day and say, no, guys, that's not what we're thinking. But it takes 2 days to do that?
I think
saw the backlash, and probably even from members and from some hardcore members saying, "Hey, wait a second, I think you went a little too far." He originally, when he came out, what I saw was he says the goals have to be met by the provinces. So the goals will be met. That for me is the key thing. And then it was like something like industrialized carbon pricing. So I'm for it, but I'm for selective carbon pricing. That's what I got out of it. And I think now we sort of try to backtrack that. And I could just see a couple of staffers sitting there writing this thing, basically saying, write it in such a way everybody is covered, everybody's happy. And I've been there. Let me tell you something. It never works again.
In UK, check back 2, 3, 4, 5 times a week. There you go. When we come back with Andrew Pennington, who you can hear tomorrow morning in Ottawa on CFRA, and Jimmy Zubris, he is the special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. We talk about some of the housing decisions and whether or not they're catching on with Canadians next here on the iHeart Talk Radio Network.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
It's Southwood 1 Exhibit A, 30 eastbound on the South Shore after Grand-Délai and before Kimber/Maricourt, so essentially right in between Highway 10 and Cousineau on the 30 east. A spun vehicle and it's signaled before Grand-Délai through before Kimber. Everybody wants to look on the flip side to carry north. It is now clearing out to carry south. You cannot get it. Itself is closed southbound in Saint-Laurent from St. Louis Street to DeCarry Boulevard south. The southbound side of the expressway's service road, DeCarry Boulevard south, will be closed come midnight off the top through until the Royal Mount/to Royal Mount/to the Savannah sector, and you'll have the ability closed off the top of the expressway over to stretch up it as well. So that means you have some more volume of slow features we did last night in the Midwest Ramp for DeCarry south. Right now, I can tell you it's into the books on 2 fronts. The weekend long road work from Valley, the Mexico to Bell Bridge, and the 136 East Benny Saint-Laurent exit. There is congestion in the following exit. We've got /the Jacques Garcia for yourself. Favor get off beforehand at the De La Montagne and exit off of 136, which in the westbound direction will be closed come 11:30 from the start and into Lucien and reopening tomorrow morning. At 7 at Sports Experts, the Mega Bicycle clearance is starting to get up to 40% off on a wide selection of hybrid, mountain, and junior bikes. Details and store traffic and transit every 15 minutes on CJAD 800. I'm Mark Shalhoub with your next report at 10:45.
Got PC Optimal points? Claire does. And shops the bonus redemption event at Pharmafree to get more free stuff for her points. If I redeem 50,000 points, I'll get $65 off. That's an extra $15 in value. I see a treat in my future. Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs April 12th to 17th in store and online. Exclusive to Pharmafree. It's your chance to get more free stuff for your points. And free feels good. Restrictions apply.
The efforts to save a baby. This is Heather Butts. Tonight on CTV National News, the rescue operation in the works as dozens of experts try to remove the killer whale trapped in a BC lagoon. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca.
My garage is stacked to the rafters.
We make junk disappear. All you have to do is
If this is going to cost a lot, the average garage clean out is just $297. $297? No. I've got way more junk than that.
our trucks can haul up 7 times as much as a pickup truck. If your garage fills up our entire truck, it could be as much as $597.
Come and make this junk disappear.
All you have to do is ring
Call 1-800-GOT-JOHN.
or visit 1-800-GOT-JOHN.com.
Are you experiencing blurry vision, eye strain, or headaches from staring at screens all day? Are you concerned about AMD? Protect your eyes with New Nordic's Blueberry Strong. Blueberry Strong nourishes your eyes with lutein, concentrated wild Swedish blueberry with a superior concentration of color pigments and antioxidants, promoting healthy eyesight, better night vision, and less eye strain. That's why Blueberry Strong is Scandinavia's #1 selling eye supplement. Available at Shoppers Drug Mart, Walmart, Lawplus, and London Drugs, or online at Amazon and newnordic.ca. Catch Under One Roof MTL every Sunday at noon right after the trivia show. Join Rod, Fred, and Martin and LJ along with their special guests as they demystify the world of real estate and mortgages. Under One Roof MTL, brought to you by Fred and Martin Mortgages and LJ Realties, exclusively on CJAD. big news happens.
Increasing violence on the metro.
Montrealers know where to turn. The government is moving forward to improve access to the health network. Watch CTV News at 6 and visit ctvnewsmontreal.ca.
Drop into the one place where wine, food pairings, and restaurant recommendations are served up every weekend. Join wine expert Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 and unwind on CJAD 800. She'll have her wines of the week, vineyards to visit, tastings, and the latest trends. All brought to you by Morella's Restaurant. Indulge in culinary excellence 7 days a week. Steak, seafood, and so much more. Route 132 in Kahnawake, next to Magic Palace. Unwind with Mandy Robertson Saturday mornings at 11 on CJAD 800.
The way we listen to music has really evolved over the years. First it was the record player, then the cassette tape player, the CD and MP3 players, and now the turntable is back in style. But we've heard that song before. Over time, all those devices become outdated or can no longer be used. The best way to make sure they're still useful is to bring them to one of the authorized drop-off points of the Quebec Electronics Recycling Program. Because recycling old electronics is not a waste of time.
Welcome back to News Talk Tonight with Jim Richards on the iHeartRadio Top Network. I'm Jim Richards, and we're back with the rundown. Andrew Pinson tomorrow morning in Ottawa on CFRA between 6 and 11. Jimmy Zubris is with us as well in Montreal. He's a special advisor to the mayor of Montreal. On the iHeartRadio network earlier today, Conservative MP Melissa Lantsman said that they would cut $1 billion from the CBC.
We'll certainly cut the $1 billion.
This is if and when the Conservatives are elected to run this country under Pierre Poilievre here. Give us Melissa.
We'll certainly cut the $1 billion from the CBC once and for all.
You want to pull the plug on the CBC? That's actual policy now.
That is an actual promise, and we'll do that as soon as we are elected.
Certainly the CBC loves it whenever there is a Liberal government. The funding goes up. It was cut back a little bit under Harper, but it sounds like it'll be slashed to the bone under Pierre Poilievre. I'm not sure that I'm all that worried up about it, but I don't live in rural Canada. I do think that there are things that the CBC shouldn't be doing that they're doing right now, guys, but I think in many parts of this country, when you live in rural Quebec, rural Ontario, any part of the country, that the CBC is pretty important, and I think it should be doing some pretty basic stuff. I don't know that when I go online, I need anybody from the CBC writing political editorials. But what of this? Because I think it's one of those things that be careful what you ask for, because a lot of people might be voting for the Conservatives because they hate Justin Trudeau. They don't necessarily hate the CBC. What about you, Jim?
I can't see this happening. I know that this has been around since Harper cut the CBC and everything, and maybe it's because I'm from Quebec, and I know that the French side of the CBC is a lot heavier than the English side is, meaning that there's a lot more staff on the French side, but there's also that distinct thing in Quebec where we, being the only French province, they've gone to this a few times. I know he said, I would expect that in the Poilievre government and the Conservative government, that there might be some retooling of the CBC, maybe some cuts here and there, maybe some stuff like you mentioned that you don't like, and a lot of people don't like about what the role is of the CBC. But at one point, I go back and you talk about rural Canada and all the shows and everything, and I still have in my image, in my mind, the Tragically Hip concert, which was a major Canadian event, and every Canadian from coast to coast, whether you were up in the Yukon or you were down in Montreal, you got a chance to see a free concert on public broadcaster. And I think that has to be part of the role of CBC and why people like the CBC, or maybe I'm just a dreamer.
Well, I think that's a good point. Also, I remember when the hockey contract was taken over in the CBC and it was given to Rogers. Rogers was originally going to have Hockey Night in Canada on its channels, and people freaked out because you can't get it. And at that time, I think it was still when now things, now there's no longer rabbit ears, so they would continue to have it on the CBC. I think times have changed and things are going to move forward, but what about you? because I'm not sure how you cut that where it's not going to affect some people who maybe they're liberal, maybe they're centrists, but they like some of the programming on the CBC and they just wanted to get rid of Justin Trudeau, Andrew.
Well, I think in terms of what's like, even like John Morrison, I'm surprised I don't think this is a policy now because it is you're talking about having a massive organization that has so many moving parts that you guys have both kind of eloquently kind of laid out there, and just the idea of completely getting away with it, I think, is almost impossible. I think that there is a lot of things that the CBC could do differently in that sense. And coming from a private radio, guys, we're in private radio, right? The idea that I feel the CBC should be able to still act like we should, right? Because we're in kind of different marketplaces. So because we have the reach that they do, but that's just my own opinion. So I think there are different issues of the CBC, but I don't think you can abolish it. I think this is just kind of red meat for the base. And I think you have to kind of be careful like that because you might drive the average or center-right voter away or something like that.
I don't think they like. Listen, I don't want to get into whether or not they lean left. I think they lean left, but that not being my point. But if that's the conservatives' point, then they also hate mainstream media, right? So I wonder if the media is kind of on the ropes right now. If there's any kind of vacuum that they would fill, but perhaps that is to be determined. All right, in Toronto, and I think in probably a lot of the different places across this country, there are people who have to interact with folks on transit. They're thinking about having fare inspectors in Toronto or Metro cops in Montreal. Should they wear body cameras? This might not be an issue. I know they have inspectors as well in Ottawa. Should they, because of their interactions with civilians, wear body cameras? I can't think of a good reason why they wouldn't. If something goes sideways, why wouldn't you want to document it? There's one person who works with the unhoused in Toronto who thinks that just means that the unhoused, another reason why they're more surveilled than any of us. But I would think that if there was an interaction with the police or whoever, you would want to make sure that it's documented so you could say, hey, that unhoused person didn't do anything wrong. Am I wrong, Jimmy?
No, you're absolutely right. I think that one of the things that you get from social media, very, very common all the time, is we only see the actual interaction or the end of it, right? We never see the before, and we certainly never see the after, right? Because it ends, especially the before. And I think that this is something that I know there's a debate here, and I know that I believe the provincial government is testing it now with someone that can be the provincial police here, and there has been, especially since the George Floyd incident, especially since other incidents, which have been very public, there has been a demand for the police for more accountability from the police, right? And you can go also in the metro because these fair, I don't know what their title is, the ones going around with DC or whether it be in the Montreal Metro, in a sense, they're policing something. Maybe they don't carry a gun or other, but they're policing. So they run into situations that are very uncomfortable, and I certainly would think that they want to be covered in this. So I think this is the way of the future. It's just a question of how we do it. That's all I think it comes down to.
It's interesting. In the past, I've heard police unions say that they don't want it. Now the public saying they don't want it. It doesn't make any sense to me. I think that if everybody's behaving on the up and up, there's nothing to be afraid of. But I guess that's where the slippery slope for some people would start, Andrew.
Well, I think it's going to godsend in terms of policing, right? In terms of both sides, right? You can clearly see it protects both sides from one, police overreach, and two, false allegations from perhaps a suspect later on. So I think it's not that there's nothing wrong with that. It's been shown in police to kind of just like protect everybody. The fare inspectors in particular, I know there's been some violent incidents on TTC in the last year or so too. So I think that's even more cumbersome or incumbent to kind of to get that going. Here in Ottawa, we don't have it, but there was a discussion in Redford County in the Ottawa Valley about their bylaw officer putting on a camera, and it's kind of the same thing. I think the more people are kind of protecting themselves in all situations, it's just better for everybody.
Do you guys have these illegal mushroom shops in your cities? I think you do, right?
There's one right down the street from me.
All right. The business plan seems to be okay. It's like whack-a-mole, but I guess
more power to them. But it reminds me of the illegal pot shops that were left on the outside looking in after they did their part to fight for legalization. They weren't included in it. So if these guys want to do whatever the heck they want to do, more power to them. I think if they think that it's a bad law worth fighting, then go for it. Andrew?
But it's I guess go for it. But yeah, it sounds like police really cracked down on that. If you're in Ottawa, there are a few that have opened up. Police have done one raid on one of them a little while ago, but for the most part, they have not touched them at all. So it's kind of a situation that hasn't come up here yet. But to your point, I think it's exactly like pre-legal marijuana, right, where they're kind of operating in a vacuum. Police don't really want to do anything about it. We've got Ontario's chief medical officer saying that all drugs should be decriminalized in some form. So I think they're playing the long game, just like the illegal marijuana dispensaries were. So we'll see how long it goes and how police kind of handle this.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. Have a great weekend. Always grateful for your time. Thank you. Judy Zubers is in Montreal and advisor to the mayor of Montreal, and Andrew Pinson tomorrow morning on CFRA.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
Good evening, it's a wet one, and over on the south shore, the 30 westbound have spun out a vehicle over there, and everybody wants to take a peek on the eastbound side of the 30, so it's slow eastbound from Condé and just before Kimber/Manicool, and on the actual side of the spin out of the 30 west, it starts to slow just after Manicool. On your way towards in between the two Lafontaine Tunnel will be boarded up in both directions come at the top of the hour until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's the first of 3 consecutive nights of overnight work at the Lafontaine, heading to from the South Shore up to and down from Laval. Via nothing over the Bell Bridge, not happening again this weekend. 136 East Santa Fe exit number 6 is closed until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. 136 West will be cordoned off come 11:30 from the start of the to the Miscellaneous entrance. The stretch off Miscellaneous south from St. Louis Street to Carey Boulevard is already closed, as will be the service road of Carey Boulevard come Midbank through until the Royalmount sector, and the left lane on the approach to Royalmount to Carey South is also closed. Looking for performance, safety, and reliability? The Mazda CX-5 and Mazda CX-30 would be your best picks, according to Mark Fishing. Visit your Mazda dealer today. I'm Mark Sheldon from the CJAD and Traffic Center with your next report for the 11 o'clock vehicles.
Spring is here, and it's time for change at Mega Kia Brossard. Opt for an SUV like the Seltos, Sportage, Sorento, or the Telluride. Go to Mega Kia Brossard and get your new Kia now. MegaKiaBrossard.com.
Mega Kia Brossard. For 35 years, Kids Help Phone has provided free confidential support to millions of young people across Canada. On Sunday, May 5th, we invite you to raise funds for youth mental health by taking part in BMO Walk So Kids Can Talk. This is your chance to help every young person in Canada feel out loud. Register, fundraise, donate, or walk. Join the movement at walksokidscantalk.ca. Calling all beauty lovers. The Sephora savings event ends soon. Beauty Insiders get 30% off all Sephora collection, plus 10% off the rest of their purchase. It's your last chance to grab those products you've been eyeing and get them today with same-day delivery. Shop in-store or online at Sephora.ca. Offers end April 15th. Exclusions apply. Discounts cannot be combined.
When the time comes to buy or lease a Mazda, never compromise on quality. Get your Mazda from Spinelli Mazda.
Upgrade to Mazda at Spinelli Mazda. Lease a 2024 Mazda CX-90 GSL mild hybrid inline-6 turbo for $163 per week on a 48-month lease at 6.15% with $0 down payment. An SUV that has everything to offer, starting from $52,338.
Spinelli Mazda in Lachine, the address of choice for all automotive services.
Got PC Optimum points? Claire does, and shops the bonus redemption event at Pharmaprix to get more free stuff for her points. If I redeem 100,000 points, I'll get $140 off. That's an extra $40 in value. I see a treat in my future. Awesome, Claire. The bonus redemption event runs April 12th to 17th, in-store and online. Exclusive to Pharmaprix. It's your chance to get more free stuff
are more eagerly awaited than others. And the one everyone's been waiting for is the all-you-can-eat salad bar, Scores. Now included with our roast chicken, ribs, and combos. Always more in Scores. Visit scores.ca to find a restaurant near you.
Spring. The weather's getting warmer, the days are getting longer, you start to hear Canada geese honking. But spring also means Red Tag Days at Toyota. It's the perfect time to take advantage of great offers on a wide range of models like the Camry, Tundra, BZ4X, and more. But don't just dream about your future vehicle, because Punxsutawney Phil predicts that Red Tag Days won't be around forever. And we all know he never gets it wrong. Visit shoptoyota.ca or connect Toyota dealer today.
Time for an eye exam? Schedule yours today with your optometrist at Gratian Staff. Until April 27th, save $125 to $150 on a complete pair of glasses. All frames from top designer brands included. Jacette Lavando Optician. Details and appointments on grace-staff.com.
It looks like a grilled cheese sandwich. Today is National Grilled Cheese Sandwich Day.
We celebrate an American classic.
It is National Grilled Cheese. Ooey, gooey, warm, and delicious.
It's National Grilled Cheese Sandwich Day.
Love grilled cheese sandwiches.
It's just good old comfort food.
It's showtime.
It's News Talk tonight on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. Here's your host, Jim Richards.
The grilled cheese. I think my mom was the only person who didn't make that a frying pan. She actually made it in the oven because she was doing it like en masse. And so she would butter the outside of bread, and then she would grill it that way, flip it, because she'd make it a whole bunch at the same time. And that's the way I grew up making grilled cheese. Am I alone there? Tony, is that like a weird cheese?
You know what? I haven't heard that one before or seen that, but I'm sure it works and I'm sure it's really tasty. I'm a fry pan guy, especially at about 3 a.m. when I can't sleep. Wake up. You know what, Jim? You know what's better than a grilled cheese at 3 a.m.?
I'm glad we did this as a topic because this is what's better. There's nothing actually.
The second.
Because I'm a little bit. This is the only reason I would have ketchup in my house because sometimes I hate ketchup, but I will do a little ketchup with hot sauce. Like I'll mix it together. That's the only way that you know what. I might just go hot sauce. But here's the other thing. Like, what is the best recipe for grilled cheese? I think, man, such a great topic earlier tonight. So glad we did it. All right, Tony, what do you have for us that's not going to be, no offense, as good as grilled cheese?
The fart walk is trending after a cookbook author coined it on TikTok. She eats a lot of fiber and goes on regular fart walks to help get things moving. Here's author Marilyn Smith talking about her strange health strategy.
About 60 minutes after eating the running shoes off. Now, why did you do this? We eat a lot of fiber, so you grabs. Everybody's loves. And you fart when you walk, so that's why I named it. But the main reason that we do the fart walks is because by walking for as little as 2 minutes, we should walk for about 10, 15, 20, but not really quickly, so the longer we walk, we are helping reduce our chances of developing type 2 diabetes. So, something
Okay, but that is the walking. That's not. I actually, you know what? Let's make a note that we'll talk to Dr. Mitch about this. But I don't think that works through your system that quickly. Like after a big meal, you're going to go for a walk. I'm not sure that that's how it works. Like the next day, like it is to go for a walk, and I don't know, you want to get moving because you feel so lethargic because you're so full and you're bursting at the seams. But I don't know that it goes through your system that quickly. I might be wrong. But if I needed a fart walk, I would probably be in Calgary after every meal. I would have walked to BC from Toronto after. That's just my genetics. No. What else you have, Tony?
I just like the idea that you walk away from that fart. The owner of a bakery in Kansas is asking customers to eat their cookies carefully after she lost a $4,000 diamond from her ring in the dough. It was in the dough that was made last Friday, and still the ring is not, or the diamond has not been found. Here's Don Monroe talking about the lost diamond.
I looked down at my hand and the center diamond is gone, banging the bowls and the pans. And we kind of went back to the kitchen and looked around. I was crying, and all he could say is, "You still have me." That made it all better. It's 36 years on this hand, but I would definitely make it worth your while bringing it back.
I don't know. guess you didn't notice. You sold it before you noticed, so you could be like, oh well, my dad is in there. Somebody's gonna have to scoop it out and bring it back to me. I'm guessing you noticed afterwards, right? And I don't know if I would be able to find it because I eat a cookie like Cookie Monster, and so it's not in my mouth. It's probably somewhere on the floor or on my shirt or somewhere else. That is, I don't know. That is, I guess it's kind of news. Can you imagine somebody found that? I'm guessing that you would. Somebody breaks a tooth. I don't know. You break a tooth, and then you need to go to a dentist, and then all of a sudden your dental bill is how much? It's twice the cost of whatever the hell the diamond cost. I don't know. I got so many more questions for this lady.
You're on a date with your girlfriend and the diamonds in her cookie, and now she thinks you proposed.
Or worse, your girlfriend is flushing the toilet and she's like, wait, is that a diamond? And she's like, maybe he tried to propose and I didn't, and then I don't know. Yeah, I want to know the timeline of when she found that. Let's keep going.
I just want to find out when they find it. A girl in California posted a video of her mom's important Zoom meeting because it got interrupted by their dogs slurping.
You're hearing my dog. The dog will right there. So I have videos too. Go down below to answer questions about.
One of the things during COVID that I didn't understand is everybody was apologizing to the dog or whatever. I always thought that was really endearing. I never thought that anybody should apologize for the dog. But the only question I have about that one is, and it is news, why does she sound further away from the microphone than the dog did? That didn't make any sense to me. Do you not agree, Tony? Why? I'll hear it again. I don't know if you can play it for us again. Why because she's like, at one point, you can hear my dog, and it sounds like she's far away from the microphone, and the dog is right on the microphone. I don't know. But, yeah, that's okay. Not news, but very entertaining.
Someone in San Francisco got footage of a tow truck driver trying to tow a car at a stoplight with two people inside the car. They had to back it up so he didn't lift them off the ground. After a couple of attempts, of course, he speeds off.
Can you explain what's happening again?
Well, it looks like the tow truck driver is trying to back into a car and lift it off.
Yeah.
Take it. Now, the drivers themselves are actually still in the car, so they keep backing up.
Oh.
It looks like, according to the video, it looks like this may be an attempted theft.
By the tow truck driver?
Yeah.
By the tow truck
Theft or repo or something like that.
You know what? That totally lives up to the... This segment should be trying to slip in the slow news topic, and that one is clearly it. I don't understand how that even goes viral and make it on our radar, but so be it. Okay. All right. It's interesting. When somebody tried to steal a car, that's another way to steal a car, right? If you're a surprise. If you're a tow truck driver, you're listening to me right now, I'm sorry to hold your fellow tow truck drivers, not you, but your fellow tow truck drivers to such a low standard. But it would not surprise me at all that people in your industry, not you, but people in your industry would be stealing. Yes, if you told me that there was a tow truck ring that was responsible for stealing cars, I would say yes, not a surprise at all. Thank you. All right, that's it. We appreciate everyone's time. Thank you to Noah and also to Tony. The CTV National News is the straight ahead. I'm Jim Richards, and this is the iHeart Talk Radio Network. Now,
An update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center.
The LaFontaine Tunnel heading to the South Shore and heading towards Montreal is being closed right now until tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. This is the first of three consecutive road over at LaFontaine. The Papineau de Melridge is off limits up to and down from Laval throughout the weekend, along with the closure of the 136 East Saint-Laurent exit number 6 until Monday morning at 5 o'clock. Over at Marcel-Lorrain Boulevard South, there's an overnight closure from St. Louis Street to DeCarry Boulevard until 7 tomorrow morning. DeCarry Boulevard South off the top to Longmont is going to be shut come midnight until 7 tomorrow morning. And the 520 in both directions at Hickmore is closed until the fall. Now until Wednesday, visit Farmer Pre for the bonus redemption event and get more for your points. The Farmer Pre exclusive restrictions apply. Offer valid in store and online. I'm Mark Shalhoub from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center with your next report at 11:30.
This is Beryl Weisman, Editor-in-Chief of the Suburban Newspaper Media Group. I'm very pleased to invite you to join my colleagues and myself every Sunday at 7 p.m. for the Suburban News Hour. We'll go behind our headlines and delve into our stories and highlight in depth the big stories of the paper, what's coming up in the week, the latest features, entertainment, gossip, and sports. The Suburban News Hour and the Suburban Media, the source for the local community news.
You're listening to the Voice of Montreal News Talk Radio, CJAD 800, an iHeart radio station.
This is CTV News with Angela McKenzie on CJAD 800.
Tonight, sales pitch, the Prime Minister's new plan aimed at taking on the housing crisis.
Canadians need homes they can afford.
The urgent need
We are losing a lot of low-income housing.
and the politics behind the new pledge. A stranded whale thwarts a delicate rescue mission.
We're able to get her real close, but she's catching on to us.
Plus, Canadians told to avoid travel to Israel over fears of an Iranian attack.
It's hard to predict what they'll do.
Also, the multi-million-dollar robbery that may have ties to a major crime syndicate. And long walks on the beach with a llama.
It's just their little quirky faces. They're just so different. They're extremely smart.
The unexpected draw for new tourists to New Brunswick.
CTV National News with Heather Potts.
Good evening. The Prime Minister is making a massive push to try and draw in young voters and convince Canadians of a plan for one of the country's biggest problems, housing. It comes just days before the Liberals reveal the latest budget and is being touted as the most comprehensive and ambitious housing announcement ever seen in the country. CTV's Annie Bertrand-Oliver takes us through the details.
Liberal cabinet ministers stand out across the country to pitch their plan to tackle the housing crisis. 28 pages of promises the government calls the most comprehensive and ambitious housing plan ever.
Canadians need homes they can afford. This is one of the most urgent issues that people are facing.
Among the new promises, Ottawa is giving tax breaks to developers who build rental units and to colleges who build new student housing. It's offering $40,000 who build a rental suite and spending $150 million to grow the number of tradespeople, while also offering more than $1 billion to reduce homelessness.
It is a bit mixed bag. Some of the changes on the tax side, can be done at the stroke of a pen. Other things are going to take a year or two or more in order to get into action.
To restore affordability by 2030, the Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation says an extra 3.5 million homes need to be built. This plan aims to create a total of 3.9 million homes by 2031. But getting there requires the provinces to buy in.
Right now, it's a 6-story office building.
Housing advocate Mark Richardson hopes many of those units will be created from unused government office buildings like this one in Toronto.
This is an example where the city's been doing all the right things. There hasn't always been the federal commitment to bring the kind of money to the table like affordable housing loans to make a project like this viable.
And while experts say the plan doesn't do much to increase the supply of homes for sale, rental advocates are desperate for solutions for the lowest income renters.
We are losing a lot of housing, low-income housing, where the builder comes to buy these low-income homes, they crush them, and then evict the people.
The government is also promising a historic shift in how public lands are used to build new homes. They're also pledging to make it easier to build rental units near colleges and public transit, an idea the Conservative leader Heather has been pushing.
CTV's Annie Bertrand-Oliver in Ottawa. Some unusual moments at that housing announcement today, with the Prime Minister and members of his cabinet repeatedly pausing to tend to matters on their phones. They were voting remotely in a parliamentary session in the House of Commons relating to more than 200 Conservative amendments to the government's jobs bill. The head of CSIS was called back today to testify for the second time at the inquiry into foreign interference, questioned about specific findings in briefing notes tabled before the commission. CTV's Jeremy Sharon was listening in. Jeremy, what has changed?
Heather, we learned a few key things from David Vigneault's testimony today, including that he stands by the conclusions in a series of briefing notes presented to the inquiry. Those notes had not yet been tabled when Vigneault last testified, and so today he faced fresh questions about those documents and their findings, including that China did interfere in the 2019 and 2021 elections.
We saw foreign interference during those elections, and that interference was indeed clandestine and deceptive. And at the same time, that interference did not amount to have the impact on the.
Now, another memo from 2022 concluded that until Canada views foreign interference as an existential threat to Canadian democracy and respond to it, the threats will persist. Now, Wednesday, testimony from the Prime Minister and his senior advisors revealed that some of the information in these documents was not shared with them. Today, Vigneault clarified, while the briefing notes were prepared for meetings he had with the Prime Minister, much of the contents were not passed along.
I bring my briefing material, I bring my hockey skates, because you have to be able to be very agile on dealing with any issues that the person you're briefing wants to raise with you.
He says the briefings often focused on specific incidents of potential foreign interference. Today's testimony from the head of CSIS wrapped up the first round of public hearings in this inquiry. The Commission is now expected to deliver a preliminary report by May 3rd, and a second round of public hearings will be held this fall. Heather.
Jeremy Sharon reporting from Ottawa. A former Canadian Space Agency engineer has been acquitted of breach of trust. The RCMP accused Wang Pingzheng of using his position to act on behalf of a Chinese aerospace firm while employed by the federal agency. A Quebec judge cleared him, saying it warranted disciplinary measures, but the Crown failed to prove he committed a crime. The mission to move a baby killer whale on the west coast of Vancouver Island is on hold tonight. The orca has been trapped for more than 2 weeks in a lagoon. A rescue effort today wasn't successful. CTV's Andrew Johnson with what went wrong and what's next.
This isn't how the first attempt at a rescue 3 weeks in the making was supposed to end. Boats being pulled back out of the water with a young whale still stranded nearby. Today's unfortunately did not work. Dozens of people were part of the near 8-hour-long effort today in a remote lagoon on western Vancouver Island. Among them, some of the world's leading marine mammal experts. But the 2-year-old orca they were trying to coax into shallow water wasn't having any of it.
The setup was extremely smart and learning very quickly, so we really only had a few chances at this, and the animals adapted, so we're looking at alternatives going forward, and then we're able to get her real close, but she's catching on to us.
The plan was to get the orphan orca into a sling to hoist her out of the water and onto a truck. Then the whale would be released back out into open water, hopefully near her family pod.
It definitely is the most difficult and complicated rescue that I've been a part of. The calf and her pregnant mother swam into the isolated area, not realizing how difficult it would be to get out. The mother became trapped on a rocky beach and died. The young whale unlikely to survive for long on her own. But today's failed relocation attempt is a positive sign in terms of her condition. The animal still appears healthy, so that makes it difficult, but it's also very good news. Now, the team being led by the Hattissat First Nation and Fisheries and Oceans Canada will regroup and put together a plan B to figure out a capture in deeper water. The team's still on the message. We're all going to work together to make this work. We're not giving up. Coming up with that new plan is going to take time. The team expects to be brainstorming through the weekend before gathering the new equipment necessary to give this another shot next week, all the while keeping tabs on the health of that little whale who proved today she is quite ready to cooperate. Andrew Johnson, CTV News, Miscellaneous, BC.
The former chief of police for Thunder Bay in Northern Ontario is facing charges tonight. Sylvie Hunt has been charged with 2 counts of obstructing justice, 1 count of breach of trust and obstruction. It's part of an ongoing misconduct probe after reports found investigations into the sudden deaths of Indigenous people by the Thunder Bay police were tainted by racism and stereotyping. A Toronto police officer was stabbed and a suspect shot during a violent altercation this afternoon.
Our officer remains in hospital and is in stable condition at this time. The suspect is also in stable condition in hospital.
Video captured on security camera shows the tense standoff in a parking lot before an officer shot their gun. The 22-year-old officer is being treated for a stab wound in his leg. He is the 4th officer injured on the job in 2 weeks. Overseas now, Israel is on high alert, bracing for Iran to retaliate for an Israeli airstrike on a consulate in Syria. The U.S. is moving more troops and ships to the Middle East, and it comes with a warning from President Joe Biden. This as the Canadian government is now advising against all travel to Israel. TV's Heather Wright reports.
Dozens of rockets seen here on surveillance video were fired from Hezbollah-controlled southern Lebanon today into northern Israel. Most of them were intercepted by the Iron Dome, but the country is on high alert, anticipating an attack by Iran or one of its proxies.
High expectations sooner than later.
Today, U.S. President Joe Biden was asked about the expected strike, retaliation for the Israeli bombing in Syria that killed several senior Iranian commanders. His warning to Iran was concise, as he reiterated U.S. support for Israel.
We are devoted to the defense of Israel. We will support Israel, help defend Israel, and Iran will not succeed.
The United States has dispatched the head of U.S. Central Command to Israel to coordinate a possible response, which could include intercepting missiles.
This should deter Iran, but that assumes that the Iranian leadership is reasonable, and that is something of a gamble.
Tehran has publicly and repeatedly vowed revenge for the April 1st strike, though reportedly wants to avoid a serious escalation in the region. Since the war between Israel and Hamas began in October, Iran has used its proxies, Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah in Lebanon, and the Houthis in Yemen, to attack Israel and its allies, including U.S. troops. More recently, Iran has been smuggling weapons into the West Bank. But despite these clashes, leaders from both Iran and the U.S. have maintained they want to avoid an all-out war.
It's hard to predict what they'll do. It serves their interests to maintain a certain impression of unpredictability.
Today, Global Affairs Canada issued a new travel advisory for Israel, urging Canadians to avoid all travel due to the heightened risk of attack. Many other countries have issued similar advisories in recent days. Heather.
CTV's Heather Wright in Toronto.
Wait, what?
Arizona is the latest battleground over abortion rights after the state Supreme Court restored a Civil War-era ban. Vice President Kamala Harris was there today as Republicans and Democrats mobilized to fight back. Here's CTV's Washington Bureau Chief, Joy Malvin.
If Donald Trump is back in power,
And
the Democrats are seizing on abortion rights, ramping up with new aggressive ads.
your body and your decisions belong to you.
My toe. Oh, that hurt.
That fucking hurts so much. I hate the computer. Oh. Oh. Cause it's fucking stupid fucking block. Piece of shit. Fuck's sake, god damn it! Motherfucker.
Conservative judges who helped overturn Roe v. Wade that made abortion legal for half a century.
We broke Roe v. Wade, and we did something that nobody thought was possible. We gave it back to the states.
Now Trump says Arizona went too far, urging lawmakers there to fix it fast. Knowing the abortion fallout could hurt Trump and the Republicans politically.
And now that they see it as a political albatross, they're all of a sudden trying to run away from it. They can't do that. They own this.
In an election year where either candidate, Democrats are hoping abortion rights will drive voters to the polls in battleground states that they need to win, like Arizona. Heather Joy Melvin reporting from Washington.
Turning now to a deadly crash in Texas, where authorities say a driver intentionally rammed a stolen semi-truck into a government building.
90-year-old female on trauma impact from ATV.
The driver plowed through a public safety office where people were waiting for driver's license services. At least one person was killed, 13 others injured. The suspect was arrested at the scene. Police say the 42-year-old was denied a commercial driving license at that location yesterday. Coming up, the Montreal heist that played out like a movie. A dramatic jewelry robbery with a possible link to international crime. Plus,
You just watched too many fucking movies.
a unique attraction bringing people to New Brunswick for a leisure stroll.
A reset with a brand new appointment for your Saturday and Sunday mornings. Weekends with joy and practice. News, conversation, your health, and more. Starting tomorrow morning at 6 to 9 a.m. on CJAD 800. Situated in the heart of town of Mount Royal, the Graham Private Retirement Residence offers you a unique living environment with magnificent is up to date as its elegant apartments. The Graham team is pleased to invite you to the Elvis Tribute Show on Tuesday, April 16th at 2 p.m. The event is free and seating is limited. 514-341-5353. 341-5353. Graham, a kosher retirement home.
They're called Cuisine West Island because they made their name manufacturing and installing new kitchens. But why stop there? Transform your entire home with Cuisine West Island the way you like it. Contemporary, modern, country, urban, kitchens, bathrooms, or built-in furniture. Everything is designed and manufactured right here in Montreal and installed by the professional team at Cuisine West Island. Pop in and see for yourself at 27 or at CuisineWestIsland.com. Cuisine West Island, for those not easily impressed. To discover the La Quebec Casino experience, pick a number from 1 to 36 now. And it's 17, like the gorgeous view you can take in from the 17th floor of the Hotel Casino du Lac Quebec.
You're listening to CTV News on CJAD 800.
The former interpreter accused of stealing more than $16 million from baseball superstar Shohei Ohtani has surrendered to federal authorities. The 39-year-old allegedly stole the money from Ohtani's bank account to cover what prosecutors said was the interpreter's insatiable appetite for illegal sports betting. The judge ordered he have no contact with Ohtani and to receive treatment for a gambling addiction. To Montreal now, and a jewelry heist that unfolded like a movie plot. Thieves broke through walls of a mall to steal millions of dollars in jewelry. Investigators suspect links to international crime. CTV's Quebec Bureau Chief Jean-Pierre Boschman has more.
A smashed ceiling and walls are evidence evidence of the brazen heist. Robbers seemingly hid in the suburban Montreal mall. And overnight they burst into a shop, spray painting the surveillance camera, cutting alarm system wires. Our products were thrown on the ground, says the store manager. There were bags everywhere. This was seemingly their entry point to the shop next door, a jewelry store they emptied. Police say they caught up to 10 suspects soon after they tried to escape in 3 cars. Investigators say 8 men and 2 women were arrested and face a range of charges, including theft and conspiracy, that they were caught with jewelry at the store safe, a theft worth about $3 million. And what's more, police suspect they may be linked to crime tourism, to what they call South American theft groups. Members of those criminal gangs travel often posing as tourists to carry out illegal activities. The FBI issued a warning earlier this month saying these gangs have been striking for years and that victims' losses in the U.S. alone add up to tens of millions of dollars. And it says that these groups are active across the U.S. and have targeted other countries such as the UK, Canada, Australia, and more. In some cases, thieves send stolen goods to South America or liquidate stolen merchandise and send money overseas. The FBI says these groups are usually highly sophisticated and move around a lot, and the thefts in Montreal were certainly well organized. The store manager retraced their escape route, the holes through which they carried out the heavy safe, and out the back door of the mall. But this time, police say they stopped the robbers from getting away with millions. Geneviève Beauchemin, CTV News, Montreal. So tonight, a Newfoundland dentist learns his fate over an incident with an inmate. The efforts to save a baby orca. Mrs. Heather Bunce tonight on CTV National News. The rescue operation in the works as dozens of experts try to remove the killer whale trapped in a BC lagoon. Full details tonight at 11 and at ctvnews.ca. This is not a confrontation. We're just saying what's true. From the executive producers of Succession, Crave presents the new HBO original limited series, The Regime. Starring Academy Award winner Kate Winslet as the charming and terrifying Chancellor. Anyone who dares insult me or my country shall feel my fury. The Regime. Stream now, only on Crave. Plan starting at $9.99 a month. Subscribe at crave.ca.
Hey, Simon, your concrete is still in good condition. Avoid demolition. Why don't you have injections?
GeoFix, the expert in concrete lifting. Fast, cost-effective, and durable everywhere in Quebec. GeoFix.ca.
Lately, times have been challenging, with many people facing increased interest rates, inflation, and rising credit card debt. Everyone needs a little help from time to time, but it can be hard to ask for help when it comes to your personal finances. But you're not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. 500,000 Canadians have found help with their debt, and so can you. With Consolidated Credit Counseling Services of Canada, they are one of the largest non-profit credit counseling organizations in the country. With an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, they can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast. No matter how much you owe, you don't need to do this alone. To get help, call 1-800-318-1940. That's 1-800-318-1940. Let Consolidated Credit get you back to a debt-free life. Call 1-800-318-1940. Call toll-free today for a free consultation. 1-800-318-1940. That's our license number 4705786.
You're listening to CTV News on CJAD 800.
A shocking story out of Newfoundland has ended without any jail time. A dental surgeon let an untrained prison guard pull teeth from a sedated inmate. The peculiar case was settled at the province's Supreme Court. CTV's Garrett Berry reports.
Dr. Louis Bourget said he was caught in a teaching moment when, almost 4 years ago, he handed his surgery tools to a prison guard and instructed him on how to remove 4 teeth from a sedated inmate. The guard, along with a coworker, brought the inmate from a small minimum security prison to a dental surgery office in Gander, central Newfoundland. The guard took an interest in the procedure and stayed in the room while it started. According to a written statement of facts between Bourget's lawyers and prosecutors, The surgeon then began actively teaching the guard. The guard's co-worker started to film. All while those 4 teeth were removed. Forget pleaded guilty to a charge of assault. The former inmate told the court he now suffers from anxiety and fears he could never go to a dentist again. Prosecutors wanted a 3-month prison sentence, but the judge in this case decided that wasn't necessary. She said the risk to reoffend was almost zero and explained the surgeon has already paid almost $1 million in legal fees and fines. Forget has practiced in Newfoundland, New Brunswick, and Nova Scotia. The judge said a criminal conviction would almost certainly end the surgeon's career. The victim in this case has also sued the provincial government, alleging they failed in their duty to keep him safe. That lawsuit is still in the courts. Gary Perry, CTV News, St. John's.
One of the biggest names in broadcast journalism in the United States and a proud Maritimer, Robert McNeil, has died.
Halifax remains the doorway to my imagination.
McNeil created the McNeil-Lehrer News Hour on PBS in the 1970s and for decades was one of America's best-known TV news anchors. Born in Montreal and raised in Halifax, his journalism career took him from London to the U.S. He was in Dallas and on the scene of the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. Robert McNeil was 93. At the break, llamas on the beach, the herd that has tourists trekking to New Brunswick.
Radio today is iHeartRadio. The latest breaking news, insider commentary, and #1 podcasts, all free, all in one spot. With iHeartRadio, the news comes with you in your pocket, your car, and at home on your smart speaker. With exclusive contests, information, opinion, and interviews, and so much more of what you love. Easy and free. Download the iHeartRadio app today. Take your business to the next level with a TV commercial. CreativeServices.ca can help for less than you might imagine. We're the pros at CTV Montreal, so we know TV production. Now, let us get you there. Visit CreativeServices.ca.
Now trending, the latest in lifestyle with Andrea Elias and Orla Johannes.
Hi, I'm Andrea. And I'm Orla. This week we'll tell you how to bargain like a kidnapped negotiator. Plus, how to get on the same page with your partner when it comes to house design.
Now trending on CJAD Country, brought to you by Bijou de Italian, the experts in responsibly sourced natural diamonds. 192 Cruises of Dick East on BijoudeItalien.com. Sunday afternoon at 2 on CJAD Country.
Hello.
I see you.
Who is this?
I see what you're doing.
I'm not doing anything.
I see you're alone.
My boyfriend's right here.
Who is it?
I see that you're...
I see that you can't see well at all. Get up to $125 off prescription glasses at New Look. Offer ends June 2nd. Just at the optician.
This is CTV News on CJAD 800.
A New Brunswick business is bringing the farm to the woods and the beach, much to the delight of animal lovers. The special stroll involves a funky and fluffy four-legged friend along the sandy shores. CTV's Sarah Plowman on the creative concept drawing in a sea of bookings.
Doug is the adventurer. Steve, the anxious guy who also rocks a mullet. Pearl is the lazy one. These llamas and alpacas love treats and earn extra snacks by walking. Cool. I've never walked a farm before. Many haven't, which is why tourists are willing to pay to lead a llama on a leisurely walk through the woods or along the beach at sunset. This group booked their excursion today. They're here in New Brunswick from Saskatchewan.
This is pretty great. Hello, Kevin. I think I've made a friend.
About 4 years ago, it dawned on Josie Gautreau that this could be a business. It happened when she took alpacas to the beach and others wanted to join. Business has been booming since.
I think it's just their little quirky faces. They're just so different.
Steve is affectionate and loves to be hugged. People book hikes, birthday parties, and visits to seniors' homes. The experience can be therapeutic.
They don't judge you. They're very calm. You can cuddle them.
Coach Rose noticed businesses like hers are growing in popularity across the country. She plans to expand.
I would like to get into doing like a llama campground, but I also like to get into overnight backpacking trips with the llamas. So we're building saddles right now for them to put backpacks on.
Another novel adventure for the curious like Doug, who love to explore and make new friends along the way. Sarah Plowman, CTV News, Capitol New Brunswick.
All right, it does look kind of fun. That's our show for this Friday. I'm Heather Buds for all of us at CTV National News. Thank you for watching. Todd Vanderhayden is sitting in for me tomorrow. I will be back on Sunday. Good night.
My garage is back to the rafters. We make junk disappear. All you have to do is wait. Isn't going to cost a lot? The average garage clean out is just $297. $297? No. I've got way more junk than that. Our trucks can haul up 7 times as much as a pickup truck. If your garage fills up your entire truck, it could be as much as $597. Come and make this junk disappear. All you have to do is wait. Call 1-800-GOT-JOHN or visit 1-800-GOT-JOHN.com.
Now, an update from the CJAD 800 Traffic Center. Bridge to and from Laval is boarded up all weekend, as is the 136 East Santa Fe exit number 6. On the flip side, they're in the process of closing the 136 West right now from the start at Penn End to Lucien Valley on-ramp, reopening at 7 tomorrow morning. That same stretch of the 136 West will be closed again as of 11:30 tomorrow night until Sunday at 7 a.m. Miscellaneous Boulevard South is blocked from St. Louis Street to DeCarry Boulevard until 7 tomorrow morning, and it will be shuttered again as of 11:59 tomorrow night until Sunday at 8 a.m. DeCarry Boulevard South off the top Toronto is shut until 7 tomorrow morning, and it will be repeated as of 11:59 tomorrow night until Sunday at 8 a.m. The LaFontaine Tunnel in both directions is barred until 8 tomorrow morning, while that LaFontaine will be locked again to and from the South Shore coming 11 o'clock tomorrow night until 9 Sunday morning. Now until Wednesday, visit Farmer Free for the bonus redemption event and get more for your points. The Farmer Free exclusive restrictions apply. Offer valid in store and online. I'm Mark Shalhoub, CJAD 800 Traffic. This is CTV News with Caroline Van Flanagan on CJAD 800. CTV News with Caroline Van Flanagan.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. For over 40 years, April 12th was a special day for Eddie Nolan. It was on this day back in 1980 that Terry Fox began his marathon of hope. And so, for the past 44 years, Eddie Nolan carried on Terry's legacy by running to raise money for cancer research, even when he himself was struck with the disease. But today, himself a longtime cancer patient, Eddie ran his last run inside a hospital where he was given a medically assisted death. To end it all today.
Oh my god. You people are fucking insane. Just truly fucking otherworld psychotic. What the fuck is the matter? Like, killings are wrong. But you're gonna do it anyway. Can I help? Like, what? These are fucking nuts. Hey. Do it. I'm a Okay. Okay. Are you serious? Oh yeah. Huh? Okay. Ah, ah. Let's start with okay. Up. Okay. Oh yeah. So, yeah. You see Rio, I see jail. It's gonna be some. Feel a lot better.
Allowed to.
Yeah. Ooh.
compression of the ground, you're getting quicker by growing. So think of it this way, right? You that's in the year mark, and you make your first step. You go, your body, criticize them. You realize that to learn such an important skill like walking, which are told in several hundred muscles within the body, to get all figured out how to stay balanced, you know that takes a lot of falling on your face. And what you're hoping is that over time, you'll fall less and less, and walk more and more, and then they'll eventually run. That's recovery. You're learning a set of skills that is using muscles in the brain circuits that are brand new, that you've never used before. You're not going to get it perfectly the first time. That's the journey. We are going to beat yourself up and every time you go over this, and you will not progress every problem. So accepting the nature of the journey is important. What everybody said. Not only complex trauma is that failure becomes something that is as little bad. Failure never did anything good, just to pain and punishment. What was the actual design of failure? It was positive. It was the need that the whole thing would learn from. So failure was the turn to but if you come from a background where failure was always bad and always was painful, you're free. So what you're doing in recovery is changing your thinking there and saying, we have one goal of it. That's not the end result. That doesn't mean that the people failure. That means like something I have overcome. And in turn, learning experience. Right. That's how you parent yourself. Let me take this picture. You have done a lot of things. You're breaking the chain of stuff that is your children created from it. You have a lot of mistakes, needs, and wants that you could do in that. But you have to put what's trauma that you need to make not take the it cannot be to a healthy place. But it's only so like the very punish the child for using the only tools they had available to survive. You can't go back and change that child's decision. Don't punish them, don't punish yourself for those survival. You change the cycle. You need to do that. But stop beating yourself up for the things you did. That is, you know, many people think of forgiveness as a feeling. I live it briefly. I'll feel or forgive myself. Now, wait for my time. that's gonna never more failure, ability to work, etc. Vicious cycle, environment, what you have to do is choose to give. And what that means is if I fail, or if I I say no, right there. To learn from that's what is creating essential in your remember we said that change and the people into the body of the child in so the child's thinking and then what the effect is you're a zero. You're not one. Some those are leaders of their life. All this here. So what you have to do now, if you want to use your energy, you got to surround yourself with people that work on your picture. You are, and get for now. Growth is I don't have much time down. Years they want to talk about it. Mom and dad. It doesn't happen.
My challenge to you is to sit down with a partner and have an open, honest conversation about how to split your one expenses. NBC.ca. The Prime Minister said his intelligence shows
Vigneault said billboards in is falling behind its allies, pushing her on other occasions.
So after the finding stage in the inquiry, what's next?
Indiana is now up to the commission on 13 this puzzle. The only one who sees evidence of that toss of documents and testimony in camera to officials in the state's secrets. The commission's proposal was released, then the inquiry commission's next dates, and Canada has the capacity to detect and counter threats. Order. Finding this contested dive growth to fit his government's handle has a lot of get down on that issue this week for Kelly Bear. Kelly Carter. Testimony, whether it was anything to about he and his government. I didn't read on how they handled it because someone replaced them in this come down with sense of which he's knowledge. She is accessible to more information than we can like the big groups. I mean, he's the only group who sees the entire evidence. Watching it though, there was one that was up this one could be all communications. Basically, resources from the security services come in and trying to right here help of a message they want to deliver. That message is not quite delivered. Westbrook Reese did not come to during the read on everything. If that's the case, if the message is not yet covered, I think there will be fixed systems so that those messages do and start that doors can but beyond that, it seems to me that there is from the political side a sense that it's possible that the security services are not as aware of the realities of politics on the ground that we should not also do of the civil servants who are supposed to watch the election. That does exist. And we've seen that not from the cases, but we are seeing a number of the Mike Murphy interview. And all the charges that translated in the court file, there's no there. So it's not come across things that has a relationship between the services and the government. I multiple times. It would stop and Prime Minister
bunch of government officials that they meet them when they're on the road. It's kind of shocking that people will need to have that position on the phone with the prime minister. So, regarding some of the police and the accuracy information that emerged, but the police I think changed positively when it comes to having this think that's still really important because I think inflation is going to stick around longer than any of us would like. And I think the housing situation is going to be harder to solve than even a year and a half. And I think, you can see in the way that so many millions of announcements have been laid out before the budget that they are trying to get people to focus on the details. They're trying to get people to focus on the protections for renters today, on mortgage amortization periods, and we're going to have another announcement on housing tomorrow as well. We're going to know the full housing announcement before the budget. That's to try to focus the public's attention on specifically what we're doing on a generation we desperately need to recapture the number of young people who would vote conservative at this moment is different than any other Western country. And I think the story of this year will be whether the Liberals are able to call back from that in some way. Is it our announcements also announcing it though about let's put a bunch of stuff in the window the other time to start and start having I think it's also part of that solution. While I have the conservative leader speaking also conservative conference, just lots of things here in Ottawa, and he talked about he's cutting taxes. He wants to put the country to where it's a jobs. He wants to cut the grading program, like the program will be cut. But if you're also promising income taxes, income tax cuts, there's no way to do that and accept all the liberal spending that hasn't been put in the window. I think there's two things. They want to box alternatives, but they're also going clearly where it needs to be supported. For all those liberals who say, the government is spending too much money, this is not the liberal party at recognized, it's not the liberal party, the true government has, years in office where people decide and continue.
It's also, I think, liberals in the sense that they pandemic zero benefit. It's a question. Also, if you're much larger than trying to put under you're going to get another have all these members is it women to those federal dollars from the ideological strings attached, offering funding on its own terms, bypassing provinces, and forcing municipalities to dance their offers too. So Alberta trying to line the sand, Ottawa overstepping by trying to get deals with these unprecedented national health and I talked to Nixon for communities, a whole bunch of things in Alberta, and he said to me on Sunday, we're going down this road, but we are not going to allow this to happen again. Next, this is good legislation. This is growth overreach. But Kelly, I don't know what you do when there's money on the table at the province. Like that, I mean, that is like their way, I guess. How typical is this? Just a local benefit. Yeah, I think the way that they will have more control over these matters and maybe get some money as a result of more flavor of bureaucracy. I think the politics for Danielle Smith on this is strong. She's not fighting with the politics, she's fighting with mayors and helpers, big cities, and
from mayors, areas, that, research careers on the market, where the government doesn't like that, they get there's great concern of the state raise on all the time. How does that work? And is there a point in that cities, municipalities are moving service of the that we have to build that has been very focused in the climate and economic reform here and the areas that are provincial. And part of this is dealing with that a preparedness with government workforce, but also with the level of interfering with traditionally central and I think the difference on this one is to have some support from the provinces. That agrees with the municipalities or other entities for fighting Ontario is really a fighting pocket or fighting this along with this I mean, that, there's also a bunch of things like a couple of in the province where we're reading about the provincial and federal jurisdiction. Don't even if you're going to the most deals with the city, the federal government and the city of London or Quebec. It becomes or how because you don't like that you're going I agree that the politics are probably good for that elsewhere. But the problem is is actually keeping money.